The time is now 10:10. This is the date, it's June 9th, 2026. And if we could, I'm going to ask Commissioner Moore, if you would please lead us in invocation. Please stand if you're able.
Bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this brand new day. When we ask that you be with us today as we go into our meeting. Help us to make right decisions and do those things that we please in your sight. And Father God, we ask that you look over each and every one of us, have mercy upon us, give us strength, knowledge, and understanding to be able to do thy will and to do those things to be perfect in thy sight. All these blessings we do ask in our Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. So we're here today. We've got several topics today. We're going to start off the first part of this workshop with a discussion with our Crescent City Downtown Partnership. This is a request that was made some time ago, I believe, of the partnership for them to have a workshop with us so that we could all kind of get on the same page as to where we are and where we need to go and our expectations and their expectations. So with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could, so today.
We need to do a roll call. I do apologize.
Okay.
I do apologize.
That's all right.
You think I'm out of practice. It's been a couple of weeks for that. Madam Clerk, if you please do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Present.
Commissioner BJ Lori,
Present.
Mayor BJ Lori, excuse me.
Present.
Mayor Michelle Myers,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Cynthia Burton,
Here.
City Manager Derek Martin,
Here.
Assistant City Manager, CRA Manager Bonnie Loveday.
Here. Okay, thank you. I think we're all here. We appreciate that.
And we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I could, please have the CRA representatives come up. I'm sorry, the Downtown Partnership representatives come up and have discussion of the MOU. I believe you have in front of you a copy of our latest MOU. Even if it's not the signed copy, we're gonna be working on coming up with some changes today, so, and those discussions.
So this is, if you are here for the CRA grant application, that will be done following this portion of the workshop. We probably, I think, what are we allowing, about an hour for this portion?
I would say at least an hour.
At least an hour? Okay, did you want to talk about what we were going to do for break while they're getting ready, while they're doing that?
Yes, our plan for break, we can, it's up to the
Okay.
commission for how long we break, but we can grab, we were planning on grabbing sandwiches and pizza, or pizza.
But we need to have it ready and ordered so that
Yes.
we can get that going.
Yes.
Limit our time.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, no peppers.
I have staff on standby for that, so I'll just make a quick exit for that.
Yes.
You tell me when.
Yes, the microphone, we're gonna move it from the podium to the laptop press.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning.
I believe we do have Catherine Beck on Zoom from Tallahassee. So she's with us to answer any questions. As the mayor mentioned, we requested this meeting quite a couple of months ago to talk about the direction of our Main Street program and where do we go from here. We've had some leadership changes and, it's time to discuss some, what the expectations are from the city. And Catherine's here to answer any questions. So I know I've received feedback from some commissioners have reached out to me over the course of the past couple of months, inquiring about the Main Street program and partnership and what's been going on with it, as well as citizens. So hopefully we can get some direction and be able to move forward full steam ahead after this meeting. So with that being said.
Can we see, let me make sure, can Catherine, Kathy, are you there?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that she's before you.
Yeah.
I cannot hear.
There she is. Hey Kathy, good morning. Can you see us?
I don't think she can hear us.
They muted me, but not them.
Are we muted? I think we might still be muted.
Is that better?
Thank you, yes.
There she is. Good morning, Kathy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So Christina is going through her presentation right now. We do have some feedback going on. Christina's going through her presentation right now. And go ahead, Christina.
Well, Kathy, thank you for joining us and being here to answer any questions firsthand for our commissioners. As you know, our program has been going through some changes. We've had some leadership changes this past year with our board president and vice president and, our executive committee winding out. We do have some new members. In the past few months, since I've taken on the position of interim, we've been cleaning up the organization from an administrative standpoint. We were not in compliance with the Department of Agriculture. We were not in compliance with our sales tax, and some insurance expired. So we've cleaned up all of those loose ends, and from a business and administrative standpoint, our organization is strong. Our finances are in order. Our QuickBooks is clear and concise. We have accurate reports for you, and I believe Rachel will be presenting those at our next commission meeting. We'll have a full set of your last year's finances, and we'll give you a year-to-date as well, just so you have an idea of what was really transpiring. Not that there was anything bad, but you get a clear view of the business part of the organization. I know most of you are used to seeing the warm and fuzzies from our farmers markets and Day of the Dead festivals and all of those wonderful events that we really kicked off strong when we initiated this program the first couple of years. As you and many citizens have probably noticed, our work plan is a little less than it's been historically speaking. So you're not seeing many of those events out in the community anymore. We're not having those monthly events. However, the partnership has been working per their work plan. This was an approved work plan, and albeit bleak, comparatively speaking, they have been working the 4-point approach as best as they can. So I do know that many of you have questions, so I would like to open the floor to those questions and have Catherine be able to answer those firsthand, and then we can move the conversation from there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll start going with this. Commissioner Ida, do you have any questions of either
Sure,
Catherine or?
I'm glad to have Ms. Beck here. I do have some questions for her, but I don't want to forget, later today, I know Christina Marie said that she's met with several commissioners and they've expressed various opinions or whatever to her. I would like us all to share any concerns that we've had, so the commission is on the same page.
I think that's part of it. Be part of the
Okay.
workshop.
So, hi, Catherine, can you hear me? This is Lisa DeVito. Hi, you can hear me okay?
I hear you just fine,
Right.
Lisa. It's nice to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you. So, I have some very basic questions. One question I've had for quite a few years, and I've addressed this with the former city manager and the former Main Street executive director. The bylaws of this organization establish a board of directors that is, as I understand it, unless it's changed, mainly presidents of area nonprofits. There, as far as I know, there's no requirement to have any businesses or stakeholders on the board of directors. No requirement to have anybody with any particular expertise. And I was told in the past that this is a little unusual. Do you have any perspective to give us on that?
Sure, and thank you for that question. And to be very frank with you, this is one of the areas that the former city manager and I disagreed on. As much as he supports Main Street and the Main Street concept, he believed very firmly that that board should be comprised of nonprofits in the area. As Main Street, what we counsel is that actually, yes, you want to partner with other nonprofits, Yet they should have liaison relationships with the Main Street. But you really are looking for skill sets and stakeholders and business owners and property owners and citizens. Very important, frankly, to have the mom with 2 kids on your board. As well as having the business owner there, because they all bring a different perspective into that environment. And so I agree with you fully that that is not my ideal board makeup, to be composed of only other nonprofits. You know, you run into the issue of having cross purposes with vision and mission statements. And where do your loyalties lie if you're representing one not-for-profit on a board, but leading it on the other hand? So again, those partnerships are vital. They should be utilized. There should be working relationships, but I always counsel against having a nonprofit as a voting board member.
Okay, and then just another, may I ask another question, Mayor? Sure. Okay, so another question that I have a long history in Crescent City. My family has been here since 1939, and my husband and I bought our family home. We are just right across the street from the Main Street boundary. We're a block and a half from Central Avenue. So I'm very familiar with where this area was 65 years ago, when I was a little girl shopping up down the street, and I've seen it change over the years. And obviously, one of the goals of Main Street is revitalization. And I think we've been around for, how old are we, 4 years?
Yes.
Is Main Street 4 years old?
Okay.
Okay.
It is still much older.
Right. So what I'm getting at here is, how do we set realistic benchmarks for achievement for our Main Street organization? What should Main Street expect of itself, and as a funder, what should the city be looking at as far as benchmarks? And, you know, one thing that concerns me is we really haven't moved the needle too much on historic preservation or building occupancy, but I don't know what benchmarks should be over the years.
So, I mean, and that's a good question, and it really has many levels to it. One, this program works with your CRA. So within the CRA plan, there are areas that can be identified as the role for Main Street. Okay, so that's the first level with these programs. Then you want to look more comprehensively as what the city's expectation is in terms of as the city entity, not the CRA, right? So a lot of the direction generally, though, Commissioner, comes from that CRA plan. So if the CRA revitalization plan says we want to have 25% of vacant buildings occupied within 5 years, then maybe that's the trajectory they give to the Main Street. If it is to get the facade grants out, you know, then that's the trajectory. The Main Street goes and works with and educates the building owners and the property owners and helps them fill out facade grant applications and you know, and promote that. So a lot of that depends on what your long-term plan is and where Main Street can fill in those holes for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those were my key questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. My question really kind of mostly you just covered, and that was, you know, in the MOU that we have. I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Laurie. I don't know if you recognize me.
Hi.
In our MOU, you know, we ask every quarter for the downtown partnership to come and give us an update about what they're doing and basically what their plans are. And one of the things is that it says that they must, you know, implement, what is it right here, the 4-point approach. And that's really kind of like what Commissioner DeVito is how do we measure that? You know, to me, it always seems very nebulous, you know, because everything's a little different. Sometimes times change and maybe they are not, you know, they're not necessarily filling up stores, but they are doing events and they're bringing people downtown, or they're working on different programs. I mean, how do other main streets like measure that success and report back to their governments that are helping fund them?
So, I mean, generally you would have a list of deliverables with that, right? And from where this organization is now, right? If you wanted to look at the 4 points and assign deliverables at each of those 4 points. So for organization, it would be, okay, we would expect the organization to be current on their filings with, you know, agriculture, with Department of Revenue, to make sure your bylaws are updated, to make sure your division of corporation, wanted to get that foundational structure back in place and make sure it is operational. Then you look at design and you know, it may be something as simple under design where you just say, you know, we need to start getting these buildings pressure washed, or these sidewalks pressure washed, or you know, we need to get lights, whatever it is. So you set those deliverables, and keeping in mind that you really kind of have an organization that's had to take a step back. So they are gonna have to go through more of that foundation building again. I think they've got to do some board enhancement in there. They've got to build up that volunteer force again. And all those things are certainly doable, but it takes time. And I think I heard Christina say that the work plan is not as in-depth or involved as it has been in previous years. And that certainly would be a reflection of where they are right now in terms of organizational capacity. So, you know, you're gonna have to work with them a little bit because you're kind of back to year one almost, not quite at the very beginning, but you got some setbacks, and it happens in programs. You know, you had some major leadership changes within the city, within the CRA, within the program area, and so when that happens, things tend to get lost, right? So I think that it's up to y'all to decide what those deliverables are. You know, under promotions, do you want, you know, you want to see a certain number of Facebook posts, and that's kind of part of what we even do with them internally here, is we say, look, we're looking for posts every month that hit the 4 points. You need to be telling us about your community. I mean, what you will hear from us in that Main Street environment is tell your story. And the best way to tell your story right now is social media. So, you know, introduce me to your businesses, introduce me to your historic assets, introduce me to, you know, your farmer's market, whatever it is you've got going on, be sure you're telling that story. And that also starts educating the community, because the community a lot of times does not understand what Main Street does except for the festivals. But they know we do that, right? But we do a lot more than that, and that really is a very small part of what these programs are doing. Economic development is the basis for these programs. So the CRA really wants to lean heavily on them in terms of how do we get this district cleaned up? What do we need to do? What do we need to do to bring businesses down here? What's going to help these businesses be successful? So that in itself is a lot of discussion within the community, which is the other thing you have to realize is you may not see a bunch of flower pots popping up. What you may see is a lot of meetings with your businesses, a lot of SBDC coming in and doing trainings, a lot of working with young entrepreneurs that are really cottage industries, helping them move up that next step, maybe setting up some type of an incubator situation. Those are, and those things, you're gonna see it happening, but it's not something that's implementable, okay? It's not washing the windows. But you should every quarter know that we met with 16 business owners this quarter. And 3 of them went on to take SPDC classes, or 2 of them got grants for this, or, you know, building owners came in and took facade grants. So again, it's based on what your priorities are as the CRA in the city, and then what their charge is.
Okay. Well, thank you, that helps a lot.
Commissioner Moore?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Commissioner Moore, and I don't have any questions right now, but I think this workshop is for me because I'm learning a lot.
Oh, great, thank you.
I'm new to the commission, so I'm still learning. So I thank you for your presence on today.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner Burton?
I'm not ready to speak just yet.
And everyone, when you do speak, please make sure you bring your microphone down. I do have a couple of things I would like to, Kathy, you and I have been talking for at least 6 years now, about the importance of revitalizing Crescent City, and bringing back that, sparkle that we once had. And we did once have that.
You're freezing on me, Mayor.
Okay.
She freezes on
Audio.
I hope it's a good shot and not some of the shots that oftentimes it freezes on. Can you hear me?
Now you're clear,
Okay,
yes.
Okay, so we've been talking for at least 6 years now about revitalizing and bringing back the sparkle to Crescent City. I do want to, just for clarification purposes, and Christina, you were part of that at that time, in defense of Charles, and I do feel that I need to defend him because he did come in here and he, it was important to him that he also bring this program, not necessarily the Main Street program, but an organization together of volunteers and people. And at that time, the people that he really had to work with that were active were our board, our other organizations. And they'd all been working in a silo. They'd all been kind of working independent of each other, not working together. And I know in those back conversations, him feeling like this was an opportunity maybe to bring everybody together to the table to work together. I think now as we have evolved, we have found that that hasn't necessarily worked out, but it did at least get us established and it got a board, we were able to put a board together. I think now as we go forward, that the downtown partnership, I think they're looking at possibly, because I know that you have shared with me, Christina, that the bylaws, that there has to be a changeover in the board every few years, and that has not occurred. And so now is a good opportunity to possibly reorganize that board, and get, those people that Kathy, like you and I have talked about also in the past, those people that really are not necessarily dedicated to their organization, but will be dedicated to the partnership.
Right.
And I think that's very important at this point where we are today, that as they recreate themselves, that they have board members that actually want to get in there and do the work and be present with the Crescent City Downtown Organization. Because what I'm seeing from the outside looking in right now is that you don't have a volunteer. You really don't have any volunteers remaining per se. You might have a few every once in a while that trickle in. But when we first, y'all first kicked it off, and we were all involved with that when they first kicked it off. So I say we because I feel like we also have ownership in this. We were gung-ho and we had a lot of volunteers and we did a lot. You saw us, they were pressure washing, they were painting the light post. They were doing a lot of those things, Kathy, that you mentioned, that they should be charged with, especially in working together with our CRA. That was a benefit we had though, because at that time our CRA manager was also the executive director. That was the portion that the city obligated to this. But through the years, we have found that not to be the case, and our volunteers are not there. And I think that possibly has a lot to do with us needing to reorganize. But I just, for clarification purposes, wanted to just, Charles isn't here to defend himself, but we were here in the back, you know, the backstory of it is why this was the initial board. And I know you disagreed, and we have found that it's not working. It no longer works. When we go to, if you've ever sat in, and I don't know how many of you have ever sat in on those board meetings, but you go around and it's everybody reports what their organization is doing, and not necessarily the conversation as to what can we do? What can you as the downtown, partnership, what can you do? And it really, that conversation from the outside looking in, needs to really take place more at those board meetings. Additionally, the one thing I did disagree with from the get-go is the fact that Crescent City is very small. We have 2 miles, and that we have not included all the businesses, only the central area. Now, I do know through a Main Street program that it's really more of a walkable. They really want it to be more walkable. I think you could walk the city easily, but some of those businesses are not included. And I don't know, Kathy, as they go forward and they reorganize, is that a possibility that they could expand their boundaries to include, so that, because we have some businesses in town that could really benefit from this partnership that I don't feel are able to benefit. Kathy, what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, certainly you can expand boundaries. Yeah, and it's really a very simple method. You identify the areas, you just have to discuss it at a board meeting. You send me the minutes saying that the board has agreed to expand the boundaries to these areas. You send me the parcel numbers, you send me a map. And what you don't want that to happen is that you bite off more than you can chew. That's what you want to be careful of. So I think that probably at the end of the day, what y'all should do is apply for a visioning grant first. Now, that's going to be not available until July of 27. But it sounds to me like you really have to have more of a definition. I don't know how you defined your boundaries when you came in on the application process. I'm sure you worked with a planner or planning staff. Maybe you just took your CRA boundaries. I'm not sure what that process looked like.
It was really more the central, I believe.
It was, yes, Charles was trying to stay predominantly in the central. Obviously, we are the downtown partnership, so we wanted to stay true to that. And his idea was to keep it walkable. And he felt that he was kind of stretching it a little too much, but he wanted to encompass Alamigos and whatever he could from either end. Ideally, he would have wanted to stretch it further because, of course, we have more businesses along the 17 corridor, but that was the rationale behind it.
Well, and I think that we have to look at our businesses that stretch, from beyond this point. Okay, I mean, it's one thing to be walkable, but what are you walking to enjoy, okay? The tire stores, the stores that only open certain hours, because we're stores that aren't even open, I guess is what I want to say a lot of the time. So I think we have to be reasonable, but I do want to say this. When we first started, one thing that we've lost is everyone was working together on plan together, and everyone, move forward and make that happen. And that's what I think we've lost. Okay, there hasn't been any real plan lately that brings people together and gets them excited to make it happen and make it work. I think the last thing that I saw that was pretty good was the bike week. It was very, very exciting for a lot of people, and it really kind of was. It was neat to see all the bikes down the lane. But then, a lot of it's the same old. Yeah. It's the same old marketplace deal. It's the same old stuff. And I think we get all excited too, even though, and this is major work, but I think the light up for Christmas, the light up in the park and stuff is very, very, very well received. So we have to start thinking of things that everyone just will get excited again. And I'm not telling you I know exactly what all that is, I probably could, but that's okay, okay? Being part of the commission, sometimes you're not have to bite my tongue, so. But those are the things that I think, I mean, it sounds great, okay, let's spread out and bring in more businesses. I agree that the businesses really have to be part of the conversation. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know how to do all that. And it's gotta make sense, that's all.
Mayor, I do have another question for Ms. Beck, after this opportunity.
Go ahead, Christina, do you want to say something, or do you want Commissioner Vita to?
If I could just chime in for a quick second, I would just like the commission to be aware that we do have an economic vitality committee that's been put together. Jonathan Batchelor is the chair, and I think I mentioned that in a previous meeting, but I would like to say there are several meetings happening. We had an extensive meeting yesterday. The gentleman, Tom Wright, is also part of co-chairing the committee. They're working diligently to coming up with a strategy. Yesterday, they strategized to come up with a questionnaire for the merchants and businesses. And part of that, some of those questions did include what kind of events would they like to see, what is their feedback from the businesses. So that's all underway behind the scenes. So just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vita.
Sure. So Catherine, I had two questions for you, but I just want to kind of try to wrap up what I've heard and maybe ask for you to respond. Commissioner Burton mentioned events that get people excited. And certainly you have to be able to create a certain amount of excitement or purpose to attract volunteers, although I've worked in this area a long time with volunteers, and there are other things you have to do. But it seems to me what you've been telling us is that the city needs to give Main Street something to work towards, that the city and the CRA, specifically our CRA plan, need to give Main Street some goals and purpose to work towards, and not leave it to them in a vacuum to come up with all of that. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's exactly right, Commissioner. I mean, the city and the CRA are their partners. And the Main Street's here to fill in those gaps, the things the city can't do, doesn't have capacity for, doesn't have authority to do. That's where that Main Street is gonna help you the most, right?
Right, but then conversely, it seems that it's not really the right thing for the city to do in our role, to leave it to Main Street to come up with an entire revitalization plan on their own without us setting some goals. Is that?
That is not their role. I mean, and like within the CRA, one of the things they may come to you with is maybe to apply for a grant for design guidelines, let's say. Maybe you want to get a historic district designation. So the first thing we tell them to do is look at design guidelines. They cannot tell you as a city that we're going to bring you a suggested design guideline for you to pass, right? That would be overstepping their role. They can help you. They can have those public meetings. We can get the consultants in there. We can put together a narrative with design guidelines and ordinances that would support those guidelines. But at the end of the day, the city's the one that has to vote and enact those things. So always we're working under your umbrella and your priorities. Again, we are there to facilitate your revitalization priorities.
Okay, and trust me, I know it's a lot of work to come up with revitalization priorities. And also, very important, I just want to refresh you, Crescent City has a historic district, and the Main Street area is right in the middle of it. And if it expanded, it would still be in the middle of it. So, my next question is really, to get some clarification, not just on the city's supposed to set direction. The mayor talked about she goes to meetings, she listens to board meetings. When this thing was first established, I remember Mr. Rudd told us at a meeting, it was my understanding that the commissioners were not supposed to be actively involved in the running of the Main Street. At the time, that was fine by me because I was a member of several organizations that would be represented on the board, and I have my responsibilities as a commissioner, and it was fine with me to not be trying to get in the middle of it and direct things. What, on an individual level, should commissioners stay out of it, or did I not understand?
I'm not sure what was expressed to you, but the city should certainly have a liaison on the board, a non-voting liaison. That can be a commissioner, it can be a city employee, it can be whoever. However, commissioners as individuals can volunteer on committees. And, you see this across this program. I have some programs that have city commissioners that are voting board members. I think for your own individual sense of peace, in terms of if someone questions your actions, you would not want to be a voting board member who was giving directional instruction to a Main Street or any board, whether it's the chamber, it's the Rotary, whoever it is, because it's an independent board, and that board is there to guide. That's that board's role is to have the discussions, talk with the community, educate the participants, and come up with a plan and implement that plan. So if you as the city are seen as being too heavy-handed because you have that 501c3, you can get at cross purposes. Now, if you just decide as the city you're going to run the program, then you can certainly do that. The problem with that is that then the program becomes the city again, and you don't have that community impact and buy-in, because they'll say, well, the city's going to do it. And that's what makes Main Street work, quite frankly, is getting the volunteer bases built up, having people invest back into their community, retain that sense of pride, be able to tell those stories about where you came from 65 years ago to where you are now, what's happened there. And I mean, they have a vested interest in it, right? So you can use different models, but in implementing a 501c3, I would encourage you very strongly as a commissioner not to be a voting member on that board.
Okay.
And I'm going to chime in on that one, Commissioner DeVito, because I feel like that might be directed at me. And I am not a voting member on that board, but I do attend those board meetings in the audience as a visitor from occasion, just so that I can kind of get an understanding as to what's going on. But I will also say that I'm not directing. Christine, am I directing anything? I mean, from your point of view, am I directing anything in the partnership?
No, ma'am.
I have volunteered.
You have volunteered endless hours and taken out numerous bags of trash.
But I am not, just for clarity here from the commission, I do sit in on those board meetings from time to time, but I'm not a voting member on that board. Now, at one point, I was with the economic vitality, but then I stepped away from it. They needed somebody to kind of get it started. We got it started. I stepped away from it. She took it over. She has since, gone into more promotions and the Bike Fest. And, Jonathan is taking that over. Thank you so much for doing that because it sat very stagnant for a long time. But for caution, and I'm not a member of any organization, here locally, so just so that I can be very objective and not subjective. I felt like that from the get-go. And so I just wanted that for clarity, just so that nobody got the impression that I had a voting or I was voting or involved in that, so.
And Mayor, if I could just follow up, I really wasn't directing anything at you at all, just that the rules and guidelines or whatever have not been particularly clear. There've been commissioners involved in things,
You're involved in Rotary, you're involved in the
Right, right.
historic
No,
district, I mean, so we all are involved in
Right.
something.
but I'm talking about Main Street, and there's just been a lack of clarity as to what the expectations are, what the rules are. So that's very helpful, to have that clarification. And then I have one more question about funding, and may I ask Mayor?
Yes, okay.
For Ms. Beck. Catherine, one question I have is, after 4 years, I have not looked at the latest budget in detail. But to date, the city has been the primary funder of Main Street. Not only from the money that goes directly to it, but also, as with some other organizations, providing other public works support for activities and supplies and things like that. Are there any guidelines or benchmarks that we should be working towards as far as a Main Street organization having its own financial capacity, or in a small community like this, is that not really important?
Well, obviously, the program to be successful has to be funded. So I think that's the first question is, do you want the program to be successful and to help you in your revitalization effort? You certainly face challenges that other communities may not in terms of financial constraints, which is why that scope of services comes in, because they're taking some of your capacity restrictions off of your plate. There are things that have to be done, there are things that have to be accomplished, and they're doing that work for you, basically. So, National uses a model of a third, a third, a third. A third should come from the local governmental partner, a third from grants, and a third from their own fundraising efforts. However, and I've been doing this almost 10 years now, what I notice with the local programs is they really don't hit their stride with fundraising generally until about years 5 to 7. So definitely that stronger foundation in terms of support from the city is very important. The other thing you have to realize is a lot of things that Main Streets do, they don't get compensation for. If you have an end of the school year party and they're doing ice cream in the park, they're not charging the community to come to that. But somebody's got to pay for that, and that's time and effort, and there's a lot that goes into that, right? Yes, there are things that they can do. If they do the farmers markets, you can, get your vendors. But in your area, your vendors' fees are basically covering the cost of permitting and electricity. They're not making money on those. And so they are at a point where they need to sit down and come up with a strategic long-range funding plan. And I'm going to pull Hastings into this because Hastings went back and they found that cabbage and potato festival, and they geared it up and they threw bacon on top of it, and that is a strong fundraiser for them. And we have talked about that when I've been in the district. It really is identifying what you're doing. I would love to be able to activate those lakes. They are assets to me They are something that should be utilized. I know we're talking trails, I know we're looking at, all these things take time though. And that is the thing about Main Street. It is not a quick fix. It is a long-term planning process, okay? It'll be about 10 years. So once you really establish that vision plan and where you are, where you want to be, it'll take you about 10 years to get there. So it is incremental steps. I do think y'all have made some progress. Like I said, I mean, you had to kind of step back a little bit. And you had a shakeup in leadership at all levels. So that's difficult on organizations. It's very difficult. So now is the time to come back, band back together again, and really strengthen the foundation of this organization. I know Christina keeps telling me she's the interim for a while. Christina did an excellent job. Christina knew the community, she got to know the people, she knew what was important to them. Y'all were doing some great community outreach, and I think part of that's missing now too. And that's a shame. That's a shame, because there are parts of the community that I think are not being brought into these discussions right now. We can't focus on just the businesses. That's why we say that board needs to be this conglomerate. It needs to look like your demographics. If you've got, a lot of retired and elderly there, you better have somebody who's 65 or 70 on that board. You got a lot of young families, you better have a mom with 3 kids on that board. So it's not all about being the business owner or the property owner in the Main Street. It's about being a member of your community and somebody who wants this community to survive and to thrive. And that's what you're looking for, is that passion and that commitment.
Right, okay, thank you, Ms. Beck.
Ms. Beck, Commissioner Lori again. We've talked about over the last few years whether Crescent City and the Downtown Partnership really needs a full-time or a part-time director. What are your feelings, do you think, on that?
Well, the feelings are, it depends on how quickly you want things implemented. You certainly are in a position that you could have a part-time director. However, for my role, where I am, I think that if you want consistency in that position, if you want somebody who's engaged, who's out talking, who's building those partnerships with other entities, that is a full-time role. Mm-hmm. Main Street is a lot of work, and people don't realize that. When we say a full-time position, we're talking 50 to 60 hours a week in a lot of these things. Part-time positions about that 40 hours. You're not quite at that point. But I think for somebody to really kind of sit down, put in the time to do the planning, to do the implementation, to start doing that partnership building, a full-time director is certainly going to help that cohesiveness come together a lot quicker than a part-time.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have any questions right now? Commissioner Burton?
Yeah, we have a CRA director, and then we have a CRA director. It seems like we have one for, Main Street, and then we have one for city. And I'm just wondering how the two shall meet and work together, because right now it seems like they're both kind of doing the same thing, or maybe even getting in each other's way, I don't know. I'm just surmising here. But I guess in my mind, okay, I just want to understand what is the difference of the CRA manager for Main Street versus the CRA manager for the city. Okay, what's the difference? What are we doing? We're all talking to the same people, aren't we?
No, I am the Main Street Director, and my boundaries are Central Avenue from Lake to Lake and Lemon to Edgewood. That's my program area. Your CRA Director is in charge of all 3 of your CRA areas, Central, South, and North.
All 3 of them.
Right.
And Mayor, if I could
Well,
I,
let me make sure, are you,
Yeah, I just, like I say, I'm not sure if we're stepping on toes with that kind of arrangement.
And to be quite frank with you, for the past 3 months since I've jumped back on board as interim, Bonnie is brand new.
Yeah.
So she's been getting acclimated to her new role, as well as the community, as well as her boundaries. It's a lot to take in. Her and I will be working together in the future. I mean, that's what Main Street is. We're under the CRA, so her and I will be working very closely. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we've been getting this organization cleaned up from an administrative standpoint. Bonnie's been getting acclimated. And I would like to remind the commission, as I'm sure you all are well aware, we do have a master plan. And I believe it is page 64 or 65 of that master plan, if my recollection serves me correct, where it states our goals and objectives through till 2027. And on that list, it clearly states what organization is in charge of what, or what Benoit or Ayers recommended at the time. And it states that clearly, and maybe we should revert back to that in an upcoming workshop, or maybe Bonnie and I can just sit down and really hone in and strategize and implement some of those goals and get that going.
See, we were spoiled because at one time you were Main Street and our CRA director.
You're right, Commissioner Burton, you are. You are spoiled.
And now we have 4 feet in bond, so that's why I'm asking that question, is how
I
it
understand.
works.
yes, Commissioner DeVito.
so it just comes to mind because Commissioner Burton is saying who does what. The first point I would kind of guide us to is Ms. Beck has said that it's the responsibility of the city and the Community Redevelopment Agency to set our goals. So I'm assuming that our city staff will help us with that. But also, very importantly, as I understand from the Community Redevelopment Agency statutes, Florida statutes, the CRA is really about bricks and mortar. It's my understanding, we all went to a conference, and I've been to conferences since then, that CRAs are not about activities and festivals were prohibited still, I believe, from spending money on activities and festivals. So really, our CRA staff are supposed to be looking at the literal redevelopment, economic redevelopment, brick and mortar redevelopment. That's their job under state law, as I understand it. The Main Street organization has a much broader range of activities, including any festivals, parties, those kind of things. So we really have to have some division, as I understand it.
So back in 2019, I believe that's when the legislature determined that we could no longer fund through our CRA because we always had a set aside amount that we would give to organizations for their events. And I believe it was in 2019 when they determined that we could no longer do that. And so Commissioner DeVito is correct. It is more brick and mortar. And you are more, I look at you more as our promotions, marketing Crescent City. And I know you've been criticized, or there's been, talk about the fact that you're not just, you're an event organization, but quite honestly, through these events, I have felt you've brought people to town, just like the Catfish Festival. It brings people to town, the Bike Fest, it brings people to town. We showcase Crescent City, and you never know who's going to invest here, either through their home or they want to bring a business here. So while I know you don't want to be that event organization, those events from my perspective have been very beneficial because it does bring people and it does showcase what Crescent City does, where we as a CRA no longer have that opportunity to do so.
I just want to say, Main Street also brought us, and this is part of CRA, I believe, our brick walkways out there, the light posts being painted, the flower pots being put out, the awnings, that were, except the ones there on the one building I'm not that crazy about, but they were branded in an attempt to make that pretty big. But, you know, we painted the sign, you guys had, you know, they got the grant paint sign, I mean, all of it kind of works together. And what the mayor says, you know, as we make the city prettier, better, more cohesive, I guess, the events are what bring people in to say, hey, you know, I'd like to live here. And I hear that quite often when I bring people in. They say, well, this is a nice little city. Now, I have a few other words after they say that, but that's okay, that's not my business. But the thing is, it is a nice city, and it could be so much more if we could just get people interested in really kind of working towards those goals. And I think that's what we're lacking.
I agree with you, Commissioner, yes. We need to get the warm and fuzzies back. We need to
Yes.
reinvigorate the program and get the community excited again. But, you know, we need to know, the expectations so that we can move forward with that. Historically, over the past year, I've heard from previous members, well, you know, they heard at a conference that Main Street isn't an event organization. I've heard that a dozen times. No, we're not an event organization, but at one point, it really was what the community sees. They didn't see the merchant mingles behind the scenes, as Kathy mentioned. So, you know, we do need that community.
So at one time,
gatherings.
it was huge. It was huge.
And I'm confident that we'll get there.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, I believe in the program. I believe in Crescent City.
Mr. Martin.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, Mayor. The new group of people are dynamic individuals and professionals. I think that they're gonna be able to take this, but like our guest said, they're gonna need time. One thing that was discussed in our meeting, and I had reiterated this with our legal counsel, was what do we do? We've talked about the expectations. You all need a grade card for them. What was discussed with Don Holmes was creating a set of KPIs. So those are key performance indicators that can be agreed upon between both parties in the MOU, and that's what we're here to do today. With the anticipation of that, I had worked on a couple of the KPIs. I came up with 6 major KPIs. Typically on a size portion, I was looking at other cities, what they do, they have a little bit more. The ones that I came up with, our guests had already spoken about on a few of them, but I'll just hit on a couple of the main KPIs is economic vitality. They have to reflect the core purpose of the revitalization. In that, a KPI that we could set, and I'll give you some examples that we can put in this document, is number of new businesses opened, number of businesses retained, number of businesses closed, tracked but not penalized, of course. Net job creation, private investment dollars leveraged by that entity, vacancy rate reduction, and number of property improvements or facade upgrades. The next one would be promotion and marketing. That would be number of events hosted, event attendance, social media engagement, followers, reach, interactions, website traffic, and downtown branding and marketing campaign execution. This shows the partnerships actively driving foot traffic and visibility. The third is design and placemaking. This reflects improvements in the physical environment. This is where our collaboration comes together on our budget, which we have actually talked about a couple of ideas already, leveraging what we have in our CRA dollars for the rest of this year, and of course, looking into next year as well. Number of beautification projects completed, streetscape enhancements, public art installations, seasonal decor deployed and maintained, and cleanliness benchmarks, litter index, power washing frequency, etc. That enhances the aesthetic appeal of visitor and for visitor experience. Fourth is organization and governance, and ensures operational accountability. We can have in there, of course, we already have it, quarterly reporting. That's important, that's part of that. But I think this body wanted more than what was, of course, on here, which is why we have this meeting today. Budget adherence, fundraising grant dollars raised, that's very important. Volunteer hours logged, and board meeting attendance and compliance. It builds trust with the city and the other stakeholders. Number 5 is community engagement. This, of course, measures how well the partnership involves the community. Number of stakeholders engaged, whether we're looking at doing surveys or other workshops or other outreach. Participation rate from businesses in programming. Partnership engagement with civic groups. The value of this, it shows the district is inclusive and community driven. And number 6, I'm sorry, I'm boring you with these, safety and experience. This is applicable when the partnership helps with operational support, So ambassador hours in the district, incident reporting improvement, and lighting or safety upgrades, which we've talked about doing a lot of the, of that here recently, lighting and safety improvements being completed. And this improves the public perception and of course comfort. Most successful MOUs from the research and looking at some of these other cities have about 8 to 12 high-level KPIs, clear definition, a measurement method, and a reporting schedule. This is the only way that you all are gonna have a grade card to feel that they're doing what they are supposed to be doing, but I can tell you they're gonna need time to get there. And I think this body is more than capable of doing something very special that hasn't been done in most recent years, especially with the right people in leadership. So that's my piece, and I'll leave it up to you. Thank you, Mayor.
And again, a lot of those, what you're talking about, they have to work hand in hand with our CRA.
Yes, ma'am.
They don't have the resources to go out and to
Correct.
do some of this beautification.
Correct.
That's something that we have to work together with, but
Yes.
before anything can be done, they've got to build up, they've got to be able to reinvigorate and build up their opportunity for volunteers.
Yes.
Because right now, they can't do that. I think we're looking at it, they can't do it on their own.
No.
And they've got to have volunteers, and so they've got to figure out a way. So they do have some, I believe, some reorganization. I do though before, and I should have started at the beginning with this, is from the get-go, from when we originally established this, to thank everybody that has served on this, that has volunteered on this, that has brought us to where we are today. It is all volunteer. There's no dollars behind it, and it's just a love of the community. And so I think we would be amiss to not say thank you for what everyone has done thus far. Because every month, these board members, they come and they meet on a Monday evening, they take away from their families, they come in. Any of these events on the weekends, you know, they're there from the beginning to the end. We have a big one coming up in just a few weeks. It's going to take a lot of resources and a lot of people, a lot of manpower. But it does work hand in hand with the city and it has to. We're a small community. And that's the other thing I know that I've heard that we're too small to have this program. And Kathy, can you weigh in on that? Your thoughts on that?
Well, again, we're gonna look at Hastings, 686 people, and they are knocking it out of the park. But they got the community buy-in.
Yes.
I mean, the community has come together and has embraced this program and said, yes, we want to lift this community up. And, and that's what it's gonna take. It's not your sin is probably that you're large enough to have a city that offers some services, and so people go, well, the city will do it. And that's where we as people go, right? We always assume somebody else is gonna do it. Because the truth is, a board member is gonna put in 15 to 20 hours a month, easy. This is not an hour a month board, right? And so it is time. It is time that has to be invested in this. And there has to be a desire to do it. And it's all about building up those relationships, and that takes time. And it takes people understanding the program. And, and that's, to your point, Commissioner, when you talk about what's the difference between the CRA and the Main Street is really the community side, the people side. The CRA is the government side, it is the direction. You as leadership have worked with, your consultants and your planners, and you've come up with a plan. A lot of that you will implement as the city because you have capacity and funding to do that. But again, it's the people side, it's the warm side where Main Street comes in and fills in those cracks for you. I don't think you're too small. I think that you have tremendous resources there if we can garner them and if we can get people back focused on that downtown. Again, recognizing what assets you do have, your natural resources are incredible. And if I were you, I would be concerned about what's being brought up around me. Because that'll have an impact on you. I mean, we see it, in South and Central Florida, these large tracts are going up, and then all of a sudden, you're left behind because they are creating these new communities. These developers come in, they recognize these natural assets. When you live in a community, sometimes you become blind to what jewels you do have, because you see it every day. And people coming in from the outside go look at that and they go, holy cow.
Yep.
And they're not going to tell you you're sitting on a crown jewel. They're going to say to you, do you want me to get rid of all these old empty lake lots you got over here? I'll give you 50 cents on the dollar. And, and that's a hard thing for people to turn down. I get it. Because what you are doing, you're at the point where you are rebuilding again. So it does, it takes that commitment. That's why these visionings are so important with the community. It really is getting that sense from the community of who they think you are and where they want to go. Maybe they don't think you're a recreation town. That would be important for you to know, because you have those assets. They're very valuable assets. There's a lot of growth and potential in those assets. If you start going down the wrong track and your community's not there, maybe they want to lean heavier on the agricultural basis, well, then you're not going to get the buy-in.
Right, exactly.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
I have a question for the city manager. Obviously, this is a workshop, right? So you can't adopt anything now. And certainly, before we did, I would want to have the opportunity to read them. But when you read a list of what you thought should be in does KPI stand for?
Key performance
Key
indicator.
performance indicator.
It's a great card for you all.
It's a what?
Grade,
A great,
like a grade.
a great card.
Yeah,
GRADE.
Like a report card.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
I get that part. And I am all for deliverables. I've shared in the past, contracts that I got from the spec, from other main streets that were more detailed than what we have. But in those, whatever they are, benchmarks, whatever, I hate initials. I did not hear anything about historic preservation, which really concerns me. And there's nothing in there about historic preservation, and I hear design and pressure washing and all that kind of thing. I'm hoping that some Main Street activities will be directed somewhat toward historic preservation. And certainly you have to be careful when you pressure wash and paint that you're not damaging portions of the buildings that are contribute to its historic qualities.
If I can answer.
Yes.
So, as you all were saying earlier, a big, and these key performance indicators, half of them are going to be in the collaboration between the cities, the CRA. They're not going to be able to have success without the CRA. Being the government body, that arm, and our funding stream. It's just, that's how it's gonna go. If you go to our master plan, you start, I believe it's at 63 down. That is our implementation plan within our implementation strategies. They have been phased for years. Part of the historic preservation is included in that visioning and master plan, and there's items specific to historic preservation within those phased implementation strategy approaches. We will work with the partnership to make sure, of course, that our historical buildings or other types of structures are safeguarded. When I'm speaking of pressure washing, I'm talking about sidewalks and other things like
I'm
that.
just checking, I don't want to take all day on this. And then the other thing, as far as getting the community involved and having sufficient volunteers and getting people to work together, one thing that's concerned me about the downtown partnership in the past over the years is that I've heard from a lot of people in the community that they went to the partnership meetings and then they didn't because there was a certain amount of hostility or bullying. The committees didn't always seem to work well together. I spoke to one of the board members about this in the past year, just to ask, you know, I'm assuming at Main Street conferences, there are seminars on how to recruit and work with volunteers. But personally, myself, you know, I've tried to put this aside and I've hoped it would end. I have not been welcomed at Main Street events for many years. And last year, I went to a Main Street event that was open to the public and I was screamed at by somebody I understood was a board member. It was a horrible disruption. The mayor was there. Somebody was so upset. Apparently they ran out the back door in fear. And I've heard also about explosions or whatever, that people did not have a good interpersonal working relationship to, I mean, at one point I wrote to the city manager about this and some other people. It concerns me very much because I did talk to the board after the incident last summer where I was screamed at and
What's the relevance?
put in fear. I'm sorry, I'm speaking at the moment. So, and who said that?
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Let's just
So
continue,
my,
because you're painting a very ugly picture of
Yes.
our partnership right now. And
Okay, I'm not-
and that's not the case. That has not been the case.
Mayor, if I could,
Yes, finish,
Okay.
please bring it to a
Yes,
bring it to a
I am
close.
bringing it to a close, and at some point, my request to the board and my suggestion both for the CRA and the city as a funder and to this board as it reorganizes itself, or this organization, it seems to me that there needs to be some consideration of a standard of behavior and some attention as to how people treat each other and the public. And I and other people, we are members of the public, and I believe that everyone should feel welcome at Main Street events. I don't think that's unreasonable. And there
Thank
should be a standard of behavior, both for volunteers, for board members, and how people are treated, because I never received any follow-up on that, and I've made, you know, it just concerns me. I don't understand how an organization can be successful if there isn't decorum in behavior. And obviously, that's a few people, but it needs to be managed.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Yes,
Quick
please.
comment, but we have a brand new body, a brand new executive board. Like I said earlier, all professionals, I've been in the meetings and there's control being taken and there's quorum.
Well,
And I've never felt unwelcome.
Yeah, I never have either, I don't go to very many, hey, there's people that are passionate about certain items, and sometimes they get a little overwhelmed. Let's put it that way.
when you walk in the door, you should not be made to feel unwelcome. And I and others have had Main Street volunteers make individual members in the community feel like they are not welcome to come to, this was a
Well,
reception and an event.
there's new players in town, there's a new sheriff in town,
It's,
and we should move forward.
yeah, we should.
And we're moving forward with positivity, learning from the past, and, you know, we can't control other people's behavior a lot. It's obvious there should be.
What other people, your board members, you cannot control your board members'
other
behavior.
people.
Well, I don't want to get it, Commissioner DeVito, I'm gonna call point of order. I don't want to get into this right now. You obviously have had conflict with somebody or some group. And so that's, I think, something that needs to be worked out on an individual basis.
Mayor,
Yes,
when someone comes to the city, we treat them with dignity and respect. And when someone goes to a Main Street public visioning or reception or whatever it is, they deserve the same dignity and
Okay.
respect.
so just because something happens, now I was at that same event that you're referring to, Commissioner DeVito, and I do know that the board members and the people that were there, they did gather around you. It calmed itself and they took care of it and it was handled. And if you need a personal apology, then that's something to please work out with them. But let's continue to move on.
Yes, I'd like to back up a little bit. Commissioner DeVito referenced, she was concerned about the historical preservation aspect of our program that box not being checked. And Kathy, I believe I spoke with you about this in the past. And can you please reiterate to me how you explained that sometimes other organizations may inadvertently check that box? And for example, here we have our historical society, and they're very active. They're a very big group, much bigger than we are, and they work diligently in the historic preservation topic. So would they in fact be checking a box for us, for lack of a better term, or can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, certainly your partnership with the Historical Society is important. And it depends on the needs. If you have a partner who is fulfilling that, then yes, build that partnership. Just like if you had a strong TDC that was doing a lot of your marketing and promotion, you as Main Street wouldn't have to focus so heavily on that, right? So it's about identifying those assets. I mean, Christina, you've been through this with us. You know, we do the SWOT analysis. Where are your strengths? Where are your weaknesses? Use your strengths. And partnerships are part of that asset. You know, and Fisher, I'm not sure what you are looking for the Main Street to do. I mean, is there an issue with code compliance? Is there an issue with people, you know, going in and installing windows that are not as SOI?
That would be a yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's more on the city though, because those are code violations, right?
No.
I mean,
That's not what I'm talking about at all.
okay.
I'm not talking about.
The Main Street can educate, and the Main Street can and can do those type of things. But if you have an active historical society that's really taking on that role, we don't want to get in their path. If they are active, if they are productive, if they, you know, if they, yeah, so maybe yes, maybe no. But that is a partnership, because again, these individuals are not necessarily going to have a background in historic preservation, right? So if you don't have a partner there, then you need to identify someone who can take that role for you.
And that would be,
So-
I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so yes, we have a historical society. Commissioner Lori and I are both very active in that historical society, particularly Preservation Month. We have kind of worked with Main Street on Preservation Month.
Okay.
My concern is that I don't think you can just say, well, we're going to leave it to the Historical Society, because much of our historic district, particularly the commercial part, is in the middle of Main Street. So if you're talking about revitalization, you have to have some kind of awareness and consideration, and it is one of the assets. So I don't think that Main Street can just not have that on the table, not take it into consideration for events and with design, because one of your key assets are literally 3 buildings that were determined to be National Register eligible that are right there, and almost every other building is a contributing structure to our historic district. So somehow, although the Historical Society certainly has a certain amount of volunteer expertise, I would hope that somewhere in the Main Street program, historic preservation is promoted, seen in almost every committee in some way.
Well, it is, and again, being in a historic district isn't an asset. And those existing buildings and structures are assets. That's part of what we use, right?
Right.
Christina, I don't remember, did y'all apply for a grant for design guidelines for the district or not?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You know, so through DHR, you can apply for and get a grant for design guidelines. So we have the consultants come in and they create the design guidelines, which then again, you have to implement as a commission because those will be ordinances and they will be policies placed on those structures, right? So, I mean, within your comp plan and your land use codes, you have guidelines already in place. They vary. Maybe they're not as stringent as you want them to be. Maybe there's no consistency in them from, one building type to the other. So they can help you with that in terms of getting those grants in place, bringing in the consultant, again, putting together the public meetings, getting the public involvement done, doing the surveys, and help you come up with a set of design standards that they can watch out for you.
And I want to add to that, is you can only do so much because it requires a property owner's approval. And so you have to have a property owner be an active participant as well. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of that. And we hear constantly, I've heard since I've been here, and Commissioner, you're one that says this, we've got to fill these buildings, we've got to fill these buildings. A business, and I don't know how many of you have been in business, but business, I've been in multiple businesses. I've opened them, closed them, sold them. Businesses are very difficult, and you've got to have support. You have to know that to make that investment, that there's going to be a return on that investment. And I feel like with what we have done so far with our Main Street program and is trying to work up to that. And like Ms. Beck said, this can take years, but bringing to people that there is an opportunity here, but right now, some of this, we've had businesses open. You've tried to do an incubator there with several businesses I know. And unfortunately, we just don't have the people to support these businesses the way they need to be supported. And so it's not something that just happens overnight. It's got to be something that, as a collaborative group, we all have to be working together. And it's going to require the city. They don't have, our downtown partnership doesn't have the ability to give out grants, but they can help with the CRA. The CRA is the one that's giving out those grants for any historical preservation. And I will say this, they can't pressure wash unless a property owner allows them to come in there and pressure wash. And then, and mold and mildew can be just as damaging as anything on a building, and should be, I think we all get this idea of pressure washing being this high powered, and it doesn't necessarily have to be high powered. There's other ways of pressure washing.
Correct.
But it requires a property owner's permission. And that's one of the things that, maybe that from a historical standpoint of what Commissioner DeVito's asking for, that's something that we work towards is with these property owners and showing them that they can do something with these buildings other than storage. A lot of them have bought these buildings, they're doing storage in them, and it's a detriment to anything that we're trying to do in our downtown. So I think as we move forward, though, we all have to understand, and that it's a partnership amongst all of us regarding the Fruitland Peninsula Historical Society, which also has a seat on the board and has a say on that. It's the Downtown Partnership, it's CRA, and ultimately a lot of it, especially where these purse strings are involved, it's the commission, and our commitment to the community too, so.
Well, the historical piece to anything, people have to buy into it thinking it's gonna buy them something, because it costs a lot of money to restore things historically into that type of world. I mean, it really costs a lot of money. And normally, it's not just taken up through the city, and it's not just taken up through Main Street, because we only have so many dollars. It's taken up through people historically interested in the building. They see some significance in it. They decide, hey, we want to save this building or do something with it. They form some type of foundation to get money from the outside in to start taking care of that building. And so far, I haven't seen anybody do that for Crescent City. And I think, they just want everybody in the city to kind of take care of it. And if you're passionate about something, then be passionate about it. And, that's the way I feel.
Do we have any other questions of Ms. Beck? Yes.
Ms. Beck, you heard those KPIs that Derek had listed. How did those sound to you as far as, it sound kind of?
It sounds like a normal Main Street to me.
Okay, and one of the things that I kind of wanted to ask and point out is that.
There's nothing extraneous in there.
Okay.
I mean, obviously your percentages you wanna watch, when you talk about new businesses, it'd be unreasonable to say, we want 50 new businesses this quarter. So your margins have to be reasonable, right? But the list, I mean, congratulations to your city manager for doing the research. Your list is exactly the type of data that we collect as Florida Main Street and that national collects, okay?
Yeah.
So those are the same standards we are looking for to understand what's going on in your district.
And so, necessarily, we don't have to set limits, but if we get those numbers, we can see the progress as it goes from one quarter to the next or 1 year to the next.
Right.
So,
Right.
and I'm just like to, kind of say that to the commission as well, thinking about it. I don't, it's really hard to me to say, well, they've got to bring in 5 businesses, because what happened,
We have to get somebody
one
willing to
year
do that.
you might bring in 5 businesses, the next year you might not. To me, it's just the importance is that we want to see that there's stuff going on and that our money is, that the tax money is being spent, properly. So I like that. I think we're moving in the right direction with that. So, and thank you for your feedback, Ms. Beck.
Sure.
And the quarterly reports, as Kathy mentioned, to Main Street do have all that data, and at least they're supposed to. Buildings that have been bought and sold, businesses,
That's
number of
what I thought,
employees that shift. So as Main Street directors, that's something that we kind of try to keep track of, and we do report quarterly. And those quarterly reports that we submit to Main Street should be provided to the commission quarterly when we request our findings. So certainly going forward, you'll have that and anything else you require.
Thank you. I encourage all the commissioners, I've gone to numerous of the Main Street,
I just registered for the next.
okay,
Yes.
and to the Main Street meetings, our local preservation. No, the statewide. They'll have them, they have the annual one and then they have the quarterly ones.
Right.
Correct. And so, especially going to the annual one, I think it would be beneficial. And a matter of fact, I believe it's even at a reduced rate for a city commissioner, simply because they encourage us to come and understand. And after you go to those, you really, and sometimes it might take a few before you really get and understand the importance and how Main Street can be a true partnership in a community. But definitely I encourage you all to do that. And there's some excitement when you come out of that. I even went to a national one and that one was unbelievable. So by all means, you've got that opportunity and Gabby, I just want to thank you. You have been a true partner and supporter and advisor since the get-go, even before the get-go. And
A North Star.
and you have been, and so I greatly appreciate that.
And we appreciate you spending the time with us today.
Oh, absolutely. And I am here for you too, as partners with these Main Streets. I'm not just here for the executive director or the boards. Always, and I know a couple of you have in the past years, you reach out and say, hey, what is this? That's our role. That's why we're here. And Michelle, thank you for your kind words. And, education is a big rule for me. All right. When we do our quarterlies, these are training workshops. They are open. They're open to the public. You as commissioners could register to come. And, I encourage you to do that. But we have one up here. I think we're in Sanford next spring. So there's opportunities. The next one with us is Palms and Cocoa. That's That's the week long. Then we're in Miami, which might be a bit of a struggle, but I think we're in Sanford next spring or fall, I don't remember. Come and see the types of classes that we offer to our executive directors and board members. It would be great for executive directors and board members to have input from city commissioners on some of the trainings we're doing, because I think you do have to have that holistic conversation. We're all partners. We are all partners in this. And so we have to communicate clearly, we have to have the same goals in mind, and we have to be supportive. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
I'll see you
And
tomorrow.
thank you,
Do you have,
Commissioner. Thank you.
Do you have anything else you want to add? And then I'm going to open it up for
Yeah,
any
no.
public comment. And I don't know if Rachel has anything, and if the commissioners have anything more before we wrap this up.
I don't know if it was covered, we're gonna get in our budget season, this will be after, so for next FY's budget, but October 20th and 23rd, the 2026 FRA annual conference is in Charlotte Harbor here in Florida. And so that may be something that you all would be interested in going, it's right here in Florida, don't have to travel far, so. I think conferences are great, I always take pieces of things and bring them back, and I'm always excited and can implement little stuff to get big results, so it'd be great.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, you mentioned going to the Main Street quarterly meetings and conferences. I know last year Commissioner Warren and I went to Preservation on Main Street in Fernandina Beach, along with Rachel Kavanaugh on board. And if you remember, we had the wrap-up session where BJ and I shared, and I brought with me today, because to have this in front of me when we discuss the CRA grants, I shared with everyone at the Main Street organization and with the commission. I shared 4 pages of notes on what I learned at Palms at Preservation on Main Street, and I believe, I don't remember, the last time I went to a CRA conference, I shared some slides on what I saw, and I don't remember whether I did that. I think I might have shared this with the Tree and Garden Board, but I took a lot of pictures.
Of Bernadina.
Right, did I share those with the
Yes.
commission? Okay, because there's a lot, I think, that we could take notes from on design in Fernandina Beach, their wayfinding and their signs.
It's great, yeah.
But the other thing I want to say to everyone is, number one, if the downtown partnership could circulate to the commission when these quarterly meetings and others take place that we might want to go to. And then also I just find that very beneficial if people can take some kind of notes, even if it's just a little paragraph about their main takeaways. I find that, and just circulate it to everyone, because not everyone has the time to go to every meeting. And I just find a few notes or sharing that could really spread the wealth. And then we would know what each other are doing. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I think where we are from our organization standpoint is we have already created a bylaw committee, and we are going to start reconstructing our bylaws and our board. So that's what we'll be doing behind the scenes, as well as fulfilling our work plan. And we will continue to keep you updated quarterly and otherwise.
Thank you so much.
Oh, also,
Yes, ma'am.
the topic of the annex, will we be discussing that at another meeting?
I believe we're discussing that Thursday.
Okay.
Yes, it's on the agenda.
And that is something, yes, that we do need to talk about. I think we've got some decisions that we're gonna have to determine. We've got a lot going on. We don't know what, from a budget standpoint, we all have to remember that these dollars that we put in to this are taxpayer dollars. And that's been the concern, I think, especially over this past year, making sure that there's those deliverables for the taxpayers. Because ultimately, that's what we're doing, is we're, through those dollars, we're trying to support revitalization. But we don't know as we go forward what's gonna happen with those dollars. And so if we need to, and that's something I would ask y'all to seriously consider as you're going through this reorganization, is if you do feel like that you need to continue with a full-time executive director? Or can you also operate with a part-time executive director? And especially if we were to do something with the annex, because we know that y'all are trying to determine how you can maybe possibly cut down the cost. And if the annex is available, that, that's part of it as well. So commissioners, that will be up for discussion on Thursday, but I would ask that is one of the requests I would ask, is that, there was some confusion in the beginning with this MOU. And the intent of it was to fund not the partnership, but the executive director position on a full-time basis. That was the intent. That's not how it was written. And that's on us, that, that we didn't possibly monitor that a little stronger than we did. And so I think as we go forward, if you all, as you're doing your reorganization, just see what that looks like. Also see with an annex as a partnership, if that's something that you can come to us with some sort of a recommendation as to what you would like to see happen as well, and not just it coming from us.
Sure.
I do have it under the CRA portion of our meeting.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is she
Do you have anything, Rachel, that you want to say, that you'd like to say?
No.
Okay. Then if there's nothing at this time, commissioners, do y'all have anything more that I'm gonna open it up for public comment?
I just would like to say, I do agree with your suggestion that the Main Street organization look at how they can possibly operate with a little less funding, such as a part-time executive director. I would love for them to have a full-time director, but given our funding constraints and the serious needs of the CRA, I think we're gonna have to use our funds very wisely, and that would be helpful to the CRA.
I think with everything is going to possibly be cut back for next year, so I think that's something is, and
So thank you.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so is she still?
Kathy's still on, so I'm gonna ask public comment. So Kathy, if you would just stay on for public comment, if you have a few moments. At this time, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have anybody who would like to, from the public, come forward and speak or say anything regarding
Main Street
Main Street, our partnership?
partnership?
So,
Please introduce yourself, if you would.
hello, I'm Jonathan Batchelor, and I became the treasurer about 3 months ago for the Downtown Partnership. And when I came in, it was pretty interesting because the books were kind of, everything was kept up with, but things weren't tagged, so we couldn't go in and do reports to say, okay, what, and so we went through and just did some cleaning up, and that was pretty much it. But everything was there, it just needed to be organized a little better. And so we got that done, and so that's pretty much what we've been focusing on the first couple of months. And then after that, we started looking at, I'm also the chair of the Economic Vitality Committee, and we started looking into, what we can do for our downtown businesses. And for me, I always say, go to the people we're serving and ask them what they need, and then give them that. And so if it's the businesses downtown or people wanting to bring in business or that sort of thing. So what I see the CRA as is we're gonna bring up the face of these buildings, but we gotta put people and businesses in them. And that's our job.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
And so the city, y'all are helping to make everything look good, but we're here to try and bring those bodies and those businesses to town. and also grassroots. You know, we want to bring people that are from here and show them that if you want to start a business, you can, and this is how you do it. And, you know, be able to give that training to them from that economic vitality, you know, perspective. And so I've been through some programs like that. I went to school in California, and one of the things they had there was an entrepreneurship academy, and I've been through one of those, seen it firsthand. You know, got the Shark Tank at the end, and it was pretty interesting, you know. And it was made up of like 700 entrepreneurs, and so it was all business owners that were running it, and it was all volunteer. The only thing that the student had to pay a little bit of money, and that covered our rent, you know, for the room, basically. And so, so I've seen those firsthand, so I'm hoping I can bring some of that to this economic vitality committee. And as far as the other things that we want, I'm trying to think what else we covered.
Downtown business questionnaires. We're gonna be working.
Yes, we are, I am going to be going around and interviewing the local businesses that we are currently in our area of operation. And we have a big questionnaire for them. I'm gonna try and make it quick, because I know business owners don't have a lot of time. You know, so I'm wanting to go talk to them and find out about their business, find out what they need, you know, see if there's something that we can do, because we have seminars on our work plan that we're supposed to be doing. And so I'd like to tailor those seminars to what they're needing, you know, right now, to help them be better at what they do and bring their business up. And I also had some ideas on what we can do for fundraising, but I won't get into that. And I think it's correct. I think we need to be going for more grants. I do believe that. And I do believe we need to do more on our fundraising. And then it had been brought up that y'all would like to see us a little bit more self-sustaining. And I think that's important from that perspective. As a treasurer, I think we need to be doing that. So, and I think that's possible. So, and then hopefully we can keep a full-time director, and you guys don't have to pay so much for it. And, you know, we can keep going forward as we are, and then have that third. So I think that's a really good idea. But anyway, that's all I have to say.
And thank you for all that you brought to and your willingness, because I know it's taken a lot of time, and I just greatly appreciate that your willingness to do this.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else that would like to speak at this time? If not, I'm going to close public comment. And with that, if we don't have anything more at this time, we're going to take a recess.
Okay.
Everybody good? Okay, we're going to take a recess at this time. Thank you
Thank
all
you,
so
Kathy.
much.
Thank you.
You're live.
Okay, here we go. Okay, this workshop is now back in session from recess. It is approximately 12:51. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for this morning, for your patience this morning. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn it over to, I guess, Bonnie, which one of you is?
I'm gonna start off.
Okay.
Mayor, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So today I just want to set the tone as we get started in this, that this process, of course, is in line with our redevelopment grant program as was passed out to you all. On page 6, it talks about grant timelines. Our grant timeline, we are on time. We had set a date of May and June for pencils down. Of course, in that timeline, we're doing our presentation today to the CRA board. Staff today is going to present applications to CRA board with a recommended ranking. We'll talk about how we came up with that ranking and the point system and the weighted averages that were given. And we are looking for this body to decide, of course, the next step, which will be either in June or July for grant funding improvement approval awards. With that being said, I did pass out to you all as well an executive director report. I'm not going to read verbatim the report. I'm sure you all have already read the report. The overview, though, is that it summarizes all of our outreach efforts, coordination, data collection, and the preparatory work completed leading up to today's presentation of the CRA projects and all of the grant applications. Staff is focused on direct engagement in this process with property owners, also community education and development of clear objective evaluation tools to support the CRA board in making this informed funding decision. With that, we did door-to-door engagement. We also had 2 public workshops, one on March 16th and one on April 20th of this year. The workshop, of course, included an overview of the grant process, the eligibility criteria and documentation requirements, a step-by-step walkthrough of the process and application, and deadlines and expectations, and of course, guidance on obtaining bids. Across both workshops, we had approximately 20 community members attend. Not all were applicants, but we had about 20 community members attend in total. Sessions encouraged open dialogue and helped clarify the process for first-time applicants. In this process, of course, staff worked individually with residents and business owners to obtain contractor bids, define and help define scope of works and review early project concepts, also preparing any necessary additional documentation that was needed for our packet. Today, you're going to have in each slide current budget allocation, the applicant's funding request, the total of project costs, the max grant funds available based on property status, and the max grant category also, which is part of our grant criteria as well. The weighted evaluation is important to discuss. This was to ensure transparency and consistency. Staff developed a weighted scoring matrix, as you're going to see in the slide, criteria previously discussed and approved by this board. These weights and the rationale behind them are outlined clearly in the presentation to support equitable strategic review of the submissions. In addition, staff procured from Mr. Paul Weaver a comprehensive database of all addresses within the city that contain historic and contributing structures. This enhances our ability to accurately identify properties with historic significance. Staff also utilized the targeted building list from Appendix A of our application of the grant to ensure that priority structures received appropriate consideration within the scoring process. One thing that I did want to note on here that's very important, we've had this discussion, and I want to reiterate, we do have, as discussed in prior meetings, approximately around $70,000 in available ARPA funds. These funds may be used for commercial properties and businesses within the CRAs to stimulate economic development. They can also be applied strategically to close any funding gaps or increase the number of eligible projects supported in this particular cycle. Staff has executed a thorough multi-step process involving targeted outreach, community engagement, and public education. Property analysis and development consistent evaluation. Today's presentation reflects these efforts and is designed to provide you all with clear, organized, comprehensive information to support strategic decision-making regarding project funding and prioritization. With that, I'll let Bonnie Loveday start our.
You know, I didn't get all that, you wanna repeat?
Wait a second. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Lori.
The $70,000 in ARPA, we don't necessarily have to use that in the CRA.
No, that is specific. here's
just
It's for economic, it has to be economic
Right.
development.
And with talking with our legal counsel, we had to tie it in with the CRA, so there wasn't any type. Correct, with the applications.
I just
So
want
that we're not cherry
clarification
picking,
on
so that we're not cherry picking with
that.
that
Favoritism.
That's right.
favorite, showing favoritism.
That's right, I just wanted that cleared up.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, you just said there's $70,000 available in ARPA.
Mhm.
In the minutes for the last meeting, it said there was 80,000.
I thought it was 88.
Almost 89,000. I left the additional 19,000 because we still have work to do with a couple of hydrants that were not installed as part of other projects. So I want to
Okay, so
utilize
it's
those
not
funds.
really, the balance.
We may have a little bit more than that,
Okay.
definitely not less towards, for
We
this
had
process.
hydrant work, that was hydrant money that came
Oh, I
back to
remember.
us.
Yes, and I
Right, so
believe
that's not
the
much.
hydrants
Okay.
I saw were priced out, they were astronomical, $8,000 a piece. I've never seen that in my entire career. We're gonna try to price those, get those redone, and then if I can get more money towards this later, I'll bring it to you all. And we have a very short time frame to get it done in.
Okay, I just wanted to, true up those two numbers. I understand.
Yes, ma'am, thank you,
Thank you.
and sorry for the confusion on that.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Bonnie, if you will, you can get started on your presentation, thank you.
The fiscal year 2026 redevelopment grant program supports commercial and residential property improvements with the community redevelopment areas. Projects are evaluating using a 100-point scoring system based on 4 weighted categories. Targeted buildings and historic significance for 50 points, economic and tax-based impact 25 points, visual and development impact 15 points, and job creation 10 points. This year's applications represent a broad mix of improvements, including window replacements, facade upgrades, roofing, structural, and safety repairs, signage, interior rehabilitation, and parking enhancements. Many properties fall within targeted or historic areas, qualifying them for the highest match levels. Most individual project grant maximums range from $10,000 to $20,000, with larger multi-parcel commercial properties eligible for higher totals. High-scoring projects, 88 to 93 points, tend to involve historic or targeted buildings that offer strong visual impact, code compliance upgrade, and meaningful economic contribution. These include several commercial rehabilitation projects with planned new business uses, contributing to corridor revitalization. Mid-range projects, 50 to 75 points, generally focus on signage, facades, or moderate structural work that improves street appearance and supports active commercial use, though they typically lack job creation or targeted building designation. Lower scoring projects below 50 points often fall outside targeted areas or provide limited economic impact, but they still address important needs such as safety, accessibility, and proper property stabilization. Across all applicants, owners frequently noted challenges such as lack of insurance coverage during renovations, partial match limitations, or the need to phase improvements due to cost. Additionally, one applicant is currently behind on property taxes, a factor that may affect eligibility or timing, but is not identified here to avoid singling out any individual. Overall, the applications demonstrate continued private investment momentum, with total project costs ranging from under $10,000 to more than $200,000. CRA grant support remains essential to accelerate improvements, leverage private funds, upgrade historic structures, and advance the economic and visual revitalization of CRA districts. Today, I'll be presenting the redevelopment grant program for fiscal year 2026. This program supports private redevelopment and housing rehabilitation for both commercial and residential properties within our CRA districts. This slide reviews the numeric scoring system used to evaluate and rank all project applications. Projects can earn points in 4 categories: targeted buildings, and historic significance, up to 50 points. Economic and tax-based impact, up to 25 points. Visual and development impact, up to 15 points. Job creation, up to 10 points. These categories help us prioritize investments that support redevelopment, preserve historic structures, improve aesthetics, and stimulate job growth. Six North Summit Street. This project proposes replacing 7 front windows for a new confectionery business. The project scored 88 points overall, achieving maximum points for historic and targeted building criteria and high marks in visual impact. The requested work totals $12,905 with a maximum eligible grant of up to $20,000. $338 Central Avenue. This application includes replacing 12 windows and 3 doors. Planned use includes ground floor retail or food service with office space above. The project also scored 88 points with a project cost of $13,466.66 and a maximum grant eligibility of $20,000. 2 South Summit Street. This project includes exterior painting and interior repairs. The owner intends to lease the property and continue improving the interior. It earned a total of 93 points, supported by high economic and job creation impact. Total project cost is $12,000 with grant eligibility up to $20,000 plus $7,500 for exterior enhancements. 11 North Lake. This project seeks to replace 28 windows to meet code. It received 83 points and is eligible for up to $20,000 in historic targeted grant support. The total project cost is $21,075. Community Pharmacy, 897 North Summit. This project involves replacing an exterior sign. Although located in the CRA district, the building is not a targeted property. The project scored 25 points. The total cost is $12,414.95 with a maximum grant of $7,500. This is located within the North CRA district. 512 Central Avenue. This application proposes electrical upgrades, roofing, and exterior paint, with the owner planning an additional $250,000 investment. The project scored 93 points and qualifies for up to $20,000 in targeted historic support, plus $15,000 for structural and safety upgrades. Total project cost is $37,500. 113 North Summit Street. This project includes electrical and plumbing upgrades for future use as a laundromat. The project scored 93 points. The total cost is $21,600 with grant eligibility up to $20,000 plus $15,000 for structural and safety work. Seva, 915 through 925 North Summit Street. This multi-parcel commercial center proposes painting, stucco replacement, and column repairs. Recent private investments include $200,000 in roofing and $40,000 in HVAC. The score is 68 points. Maximum grant eligibility is $160,000 across 8 parcels, with a project cost of $208,500. This is in the North CRA district. This slide shows the proposed new facade for the Save-A-Lot Shopping Center, illustrating the intended visual improvements to the commercial plaza. Jethro Baptist Church, 101 Cedar Street. This project includes electrical upgrades and roof replacement on a small building. The project scored 43 points with a total cost of $9,500 and grant eligibility up to $20,000. Alice's Design Studio, 315 North Summit. This request is for roof replacement. The owner can contribute 25%, but the program requires a 50% match. The project scored 33 points. The total cost is $12,600, and the maximum eligible grant is $10,000. Sandalwood, 311 North Summit. This project involves parking lot repair and extension for improved customer safety and the ability to hire an additional stylist. The project scored 45 points. Total cost is $11,200 with up to $10,000 in grant support requiring a 50% match. This slide shows current unsafe parking conditions and the proposed redesigned parking lot layout that would improve traffic flow and customer comfort. 116 North Summit Street. This project proposes replacing garage doors and paving the parking lot. The project scored 65 points. The cost is $39,148 with up to $20,000 eligible under the historic criteria. Summit Street Express, 113 North Summit Street. This request is for a new sign in the South CRA district. The project scored 75 points. The total cost is $8,100 with grant eligibility of up to $20,000. 404 Central Avenue. This project requests sign replacement with future plans to redesign the front facade. The project scored 50 points. Total cost is $10,000 with up to $20,000 in historic-based grant support. 4289 Central. This project proposes replacing the steps to continue overall renovation work. The project scored 58 points. Total cost is $8,950 and is eligible for up to $20,000. 111 North Summit Street. This project includes replacing the garage doors, the storefront, and adding HVAC ductwork. The owner intends to convert part of the building into a gym and part into retail. It scored 93 points with a total work cost of $20,000, matching the maximum eligible grant. "19 North Main Street. This project requests replacement of a metal roof. It scored 58 points. The project cost is $8,350 and is eligible for up to $20,000 in support. 504 Florida Avenue. This project includes flooring and exterior paint for a home the owner recently inherited. She intends to move in with her children once the work is complete. The project scored 58 points with a cost of $9,149 and a maximum grant of up to $20,000. This is a graph of the commercial properties that have been submitted with their weighted scores. And this concludes the list of projects under consideration for CRA funding. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question. Okay.
Yes, are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Biddy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think, a couple things. I I think for the South CRA project, the one that wanted the sign, that address is not correct.
No, it's
Am I
not.
looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah, no, you're
Because
right.
The community pharmacy?
No,
South
Summit Street.
CRA, the
Summit
one,
Street.
Summit Street Express, yeah.
the big sign, Summit Street address one,
Yeah, I think
I
it's
don't
it's
think
definitely
that's-
South Summit Street,
it-
not north, and it's not 113.
but it's not 113. 113 came up, was identified as Palmeras.
Right. that's-
Right, can we get the correct address for it?
So
I have 551 South Summit.
Okay. Well,
That's
Oh,
on the
I
targeted.
think you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
there's that one, and then the stairs, I don't think that's an
Yeah, that's
accurate
not right.
address either.
That's pretty close. There's some slippage on that address.
Yeah,
It's
because
either,
there's multiple.
it's either 429 or 431.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's the same owner.
4289 though?
But yeah, it's not
Wait,
42.
4289? I
It's
thought it said
420.
four.
So that's
It's
exactly, that's what I'm saying, we don't have a 4289.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
says 4289.
Oh, okay, I just ignored the 8. Yeah, it's either 429 or 431.
It's 420, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just
So we just
ignored
need to
that.
make sure we have the accurate address on that as well.
Right,
This one
And then-
no big difference.
428.
Mayor,
It
I
should be
have
429.
Or 429.
Yeah, 429, and it might be 431. One's upstairs, one's downstairs. They get their mail at one or the other. Mayor, I have a couple of questions about, a couple of these buildings are about which category they fall into or whatever. A couple of these structures are part commercial, part residential. Okay, what's your question? Okay, so, for the central CRA, let me get back here. Okay, and I know some of them have issues, and this is one of them. For Alice's Design Studio at 315 North Summit. Okay, is that, part of that building is resident, the right side of the building is Alice's Design Studio,
The left side is.
or the left side, really?
The
Oh,
right
you're
side
right,
is
the
the
left.
left.
The right side is the.
There's
Well,
two
flower
businesses
shop, yeah.
there, yeah.
Right, I was
And
not,
Alice owns the whole building.
right, Alice owns the whole building, but it's mixed residential, commercial. So how does that, are we just, basically, it doesn't matter, it's the same building.
I labeled it as commercial.
Is it, what's
Okay.
it zoned, is it GC
That's,
one?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
how
it's
we would,
GC
So
one.
it's GC
Okay.
one.
yeah. We would go also say county appraisers website.
Yeah, it's GC one.
Okay, but, then there's another one, and, I think this might help us in the distribution of the money. The one where the mayor just pointed out that the address was,
429.
right, not correct, 420,
Yeah.
right, 429. That is, the whole building is owned by the same person, the Millards. Downstairs is commercial, but those stairs that they're
It's
requesting
the residential.
is residential. So is it possible in our consideration that we could, consider, funding that out of the residential portion?
Yes, it is. I mean, we have in the housing rehabilitation grant, currently right now, unused $16,975 in the
Right.
central.
Right,
That was,
I know, I divided it out, and then, I just have one observation, when I looked at all of these, slides, and they're very nicely done, thank you very much. And then the ranking, except for the applicability of the ARPA money, the buildings have to be funded out of the CRA in which they fall. So as far as CRA money, they're not competing against each other. Like there's the buildings in the South CRA compete against each other for the South CRA money.
Correct.
The buildings in the North CRA compete against each other for the North CRA money. So my observation is, I did a grid and I divided them up and I put how much was available on each one. It appears to me that we only have one applicant for the South CRA.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and the amount requested falls well within
I believe, the amount available. So, and then the North CRA is not too far behind that. So I'm wondering, in terms of efficiency, would we want to consider the two smaller CRAs with the fewer applicants first, in particular, the one that only has one applicant, and see if we could kind of hash that out before we get to the more naughty competitive ones?
The central is gonna be your,
Right, because I'm thinking,
And remember, part of this workshop is we're supposed to do our tour like we normally
Yes.
do.
right,
and I appreciate that, Mayor.
Well, are we gonna talk first, or?
We can talk first, but I think also as
We
we
have to-
tour,
sure.
sometimes the visual being on site makes a big difference
No,
too.
It does.
When we tour, we're not gonna tour together and talk about it.
No,
Well,
Because we
the
never-
meeting continues. We did this last time,
But we-
and so the meeting
but we did not
continues together.
publicly
And
notice
I think we publicly noticed that, didn't we?
that this meeting would
Yes,
be on the
yes,
road.
yes.
And we would be leaving.
Yes, and
St. Paul.
anybody's welcome to
Yes.
join us.
Right, okay, I just wanna make sure that
Yeah.
we're following the rules.
Well, I mean,
And I just have one real quick question, there's a couple of these that have no insurance. Now, I thought that was part of the criteria, is that they had to have insurance before we even considered them.
It is, but we need to talk about that, because some of them can't get insurance until they do these,
yes,
until they do some of these, so we're gonna have to talk, that's gonna have to be
Catch-22 there.
something that we gotta talk about. But that is, you're absolutely right, is that insurance is a requirement, but some of these buildings can't even get insurance until this work is done. People, it's becoming more and more difficult for them to get insurance, especially where a roof is involved, or if it's unoccupied, until in fact that, so that's something that we're gonna have for discussion.
and I had talked to Don about this, is something that can easily be added to our current contract, that is a stipulation that has to be met prior to us funding. So if they go out, if we go out and do the work, they get their CO, they complete the work, they have to get insurance and provide proof of insurance, and we cut the check. So it can happen all together at the same time.
Now, in the past, wait a second, we've cut the check directly to the contractor, not to.
Correct, to the contractor, but we wouldn't do that until they can show proof of insurance. Once the work is completed, they CO out, they can go and get whatever insurance and show us a certificate on the back end, and then we would write the check to the contractor.
But then
It's part of the requirement.
if they don't get an insurance, then we're withholding the money from the contractor.
And then there's a lien that's placed on their
That
property.
has nothing to do
Yes.
with it.
The contractor and the owner both have to sign that document though, prior to performing or moving forward in that process. So that's something they're both gonna have to read and agree on.
That's a big risk.
That's a big,
Yeah.
That's a big risk. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
yeah, it's that timing of the city manager was talking about the timing. Especially for older buildings, and also, in the case of Alice's design for mixed commercial and residential, it is not a quick process to get insurance. I mean, in the state of Florida, it's not a quick process to get insurance. So it seems to me that potentially, if we want to give them a shot, or maybe we even need to ask them for their insurance quotes. Mayor and Commissioners, the thing I'm concerned about is, I mean, I agree, I think it's important to help people rehabilitate these buildings, and if they can put on a roof and get insurance, that's great. I'm just wondering, with one of these buildings, even if they put the roof on, are they going to be able to get the insurance? Because insurance companies are notoriously nitpicky these days, and you probably all have experienced it. The insurance company will come out and look at your house and tell you that you have to fix X, Y, Z number of things. So personally, for rehab, for blighted buildings, I'm willing to do it and put a lien on the property to get that money refunded to us, you know, eventually if anything should happen. But I don't think it's necessarily a slam dunk that they will be able to quickly get insurance.
Right.
So currently, we have 5 commercial properties in the central that do not have insurance. If the body wishes to take the criteria to the max and not allow them to move forward in the grant process, Staff is fine with that too.
Well, could
Well,
we
the reason I
identify-
ask is because we've got quite a few properties here, and, if you have properties that have insurance and are ready to go, I think
They're
they
the
would
ones
take a priority.
Correct.
That's all, it's in my mind.
But, well, Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
could we, are they identified, all the ones that don't have insurance for the commercial buildings in the central CRA?
I have the list here, and I did put on some of these, which ones did not have.
But I didn't see 5. Can you give us the addresses?
Yes, the ones that do not are 2 South Summit,
Okay, wait a minute. Okay,
512 Central,
okay. Oh, that one's noted, I think.
Which one?
512 Central,
Right, that's the gray building down at the bottom of West Central,
that's the one down here on the corner,
right,
yeah.
Central and East Grand.
Valencia one down on the end. Okay.
Right, the newly purchased, okay,
429 Central,
okay.
101 Cedar,
Hold on a second.
Wait. Oh, that's a residential.
Now, what I want to see is.
no, that's Jethro Baptist Church.
Oh, Jethro Baptist, okay.
429, what did you say? 429?
Central, Mr. Billard,
Okay, the Millars. They don't have insurance on the building?
not until they finish the wrap.
He's trying to get that completed now.
Okay, and wait, Jethro. And then was there one more?
Uh,
315 North Summit Street.
315 North
Yeah,
Summit,
I was design student.
And we
Oh,
also
right.
have 113 North Summit
and
Street.
113 North Summit.
And you said 429, they're working on it?
429, he's working on getting it, yes.
Just gotta get the. Yeah. Just gotta get the wrap done, but it's extra.
And 113 North Summit, that one is for sale, so it's empty right now. So once the new owner buys it, then she'll be getting insurance on that.
Who's made application on that? The current owner or the potential
Mr.
buyer?
Peacock, Mr. Peacock put in the application, and he's the current owner.
Well, okay, so that hasn't been sold yet?
Hasn't been sold, but it's in the process.
Okay, so, because the whole application is geared toward the applicant being the owner, right? Because it says if you sell
Well, Mr.
blah, blah,
Peacock is the
blah, blah.
owner currently in the applicant, he applied.
No, but then there's a condition, if you sell this building, then you have to pay the money back. So,
No, we didn't put that condition.
That's all.
We never put that condition in there.
I thought I just read it. I'm sorry.
No, I thought we talked about that, and I thought we removed that
That if they
we
sold it,
didn't put that limitation on them, that if they sold the building,
it
that they
might
had
still
to
be
pay.
in that
Well,
application,
it wasn't an original.
but
Originally, just said that
did we vote to put it back in? Did we not vote to put it back in? What did we decide to do with it?
I don't know, I could have sworn I saw
I
it.
don't know if we voted on it at all. I think we just talked about it during that CRA.
It was never in there.
It was never in there, and it got put in there.
No.
And so, we don't know how it got put in there, because that was never, I don't
Never, never,
believe,
yes.
ever the original, from the original.
You're correct.
Is it in there?
She's looking.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Okay. So it was never put in there, maybe it was just
I
in the
didn't read
packet.
it. I'll just grab.
Okay,
Because all we ever had was if we removed the improvement, we had to pay them back.
If they, or for some reason, they did something and didn't do the upkeep that they needed to,
Right. Maintain.
then that was an issue, but not that, Derek, do you recall that we did not ever put that in there, that if they sold the building, they had to pay it back, correct?
No, that's not in there anymore.
that's fine.
Okay,
No, that's not in there anymore.
okay.
It would make no sense. We would be double dipping.
So did we,
Okay, good. But still, we're looking at for the 113 North Summit, the person who's proposing to have the building, to have the laundromat would be the purchaser, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I have a question about that building, to be used for a laundromat, do we have any, requirements, specific requirements for parking, and will those?
There is a whole
met?
lot of parking in the back of that building.
So
Okay.
the way for them to get from the back to the.
The house, but yeah.
Yes, there's a big opening and a big door and a big covered area back there.
Okay.
Yeah, both the music store and the house goes to the back.
I think eventually by law, that whole thing has to be curved in front. You're not supposed to be backing out on.
I'm just saying,
It's difficult, you know, staying.
Well, it's not, yeah, it's,
And as we gain more and more traffic down 17, that's going to become even more.
difficult.
Yeah.
And Palmera's at one time, they had done a rendering where you had no parking in the front, and they had a border, I mean, they had the knee wall.
Yeah.
The knee wall there
Landscaping.
and dining out front.
yeah,
Which would look nice.
So, and it would look nice, and so, and how many of these, Bonnie, as you've gone through these, some of these we've already given, like in this last couple of years, have you identified, I don't see on here where it's identified which ones have already received any grants?
I do know that,
11 North Lake.
yeah, 11 North Lake got some. Other than that,
429 said that they
oh,
were,
429 cent,
this
oh,
one was ours.
oh, he did,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, it's windows last year.
And then I believe that the music store got something a while
They
back.
did, or got a
They
roof,
redid
we split the cost with them for a roof.
Other than that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then also the 897 North Summit, the community pharmacy, we repainted
We
that.
repainted that one too.
That one,
That was just in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
That was the,
Mhm.
But,
this one.
I asked the city manager about that, and he said,
Yes.
So
I mean, that's kind of an intangible, he said theoretically, they're eligible every year. Is that right?
They are, we said that,
Yeah,
we should say that, but also at the same time,
I know,
if we've got other ones in the
Sure.
central that have not received anything,
It's strategic.
yes.
right,
I want to add, and you all already know this, I think, I just want to reiterate, sorry for the redundancy, but we have one person on here that doesn't have insurance, but it's particularly because they just don't own the building yet. They have plans for that building, they're looking at purchasing the building, and this is what they're going to be doing to the building, their own investment as well. And that is for 113 North Summit.
Yeah, that's
Right.
the one that
That's
was
the one I'm
talking about.
That's what we're talking about,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's the reason there's no insurance on it right now. The others currently own their property and are in the middle of their own work.
They're not working right now, they're working on it as we speak.
Yes.
It's just right next door. There's been people parked up front of it.
Since we're here too, and this is just an open discussion really, and looking at these, I've seen the plans for our producer's hardware, our Ace hardware, and they're gorgeous, they're beautiful. He's about to drop some money on that building and make it definitely a star downtown.
We finally.
Is he gonna open up the windows so?
I believe that he has plans to open up the windows and everything
We
once
do the
again,
whole very front of it.
a whole brand new front.
Do you have all of the, I mean, we don't have any of the quotes in here, we
I
don't,
have the quotes here, if you need me to pull them up.
We don't have it printed out for you all. There was a litany of quotes, but we do have them categorized. She has a spreadsheet. I can have it emailed. We can even print it up
so
now.
did you have, I mean, with all of these, did you get how many quotes, I mean, and
Supposed to
how are
be
you determining which ones that you're going with? I mean, that's something that
Yeah, we
usually that when we
three
look at this, we
quotes.
need to have that information.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got 3 quotes for each item, like if there was a roof, 3 roofing quotes.
Is
If
the
there was
estimate here the
electrical,
lowest?
3 electrical.
Are you going to the lowest
We
number?
went with the lowest number.
I don't know, you're going with the lowest, lowest is not always,
Not always good.
not
No,
always the best.
Not always the
So-
best, but for the practice of this, without picking and choosing, we don't know the contractors. I instructed Bonnie, put in the lowest number on here, just so we have a baseline set.
Have you checked on those contractors to make sure that all of those contractors are in good standing with the state?
I have not done investigating all the contractors, no. I do know that they were reputable companies that I got on a list, or the people pick their own contractors, but I can
You just
check.
need to make sure that
Yes.
before we enter into any contracts,
Yes.
that you've
Check
checked
the
with
licensing,
DVPR
Yeah.
and make sure they're all in good standing with the
And
state.
every one of them should
They
have
have
a
to-
license.
And every one of them should have a license number and be
Correct.
insured.
Correct, and we would collect that information at the contractual time. If they didn't have it, we're not gonna move forward.
Well, I'd like to know that as we make these decisions,
Yes.
because ultimately we're the ones making these decisions.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're the ones agreeing to go into the contract with them.
Yes, ma'am.
So we need to have that information.
and time is short.
And time is short, yes.
And when we get to that point where you all are going to do the selection of the, the budgeting and approval, we'll bring that information to you, Mayor. I'll make sure you have it in front of you. We'll check them between now and then.
A question I have on 311 North Summit, this rendering really shows their entire front yard paved over.
Yes.
Is that, up to code with our impervious surface? I mean, that seems like that would just create a large stormwater problem.
Right.
If they're just covering their whole front yard with concrete.
Yep.
Is that,
You've got a percentage, so
Right.
Same thought.
you have a percentage that of a property that cannot be developed, that cannot have anything on it, especially if you've got residential. You've got a residential commercial here. So you just need to make sure that that percentage is not over.
and they would have to maybe have a stormwater pump.
Yeah.
It depends what's in back.
Right, but I'm just saying that's a major change there.
You also have to make sure of the setbacks on the side, so you have all the setbacks on the side, or something to that point, because it looks to me like she's taking it, she absolutely needs it, it's an issue there with her clientele. I did that the other day with somebody, I had to take them in there, and, and
It is, yeah.
it is, especially,
I mean, it
it
was a house.
It was.
Built as a house
and
was a
she's
house
done
for
it,
years.
she's done a really good job of building her business up there, and it does work, but,
Mayor,
yes.
my question, because I've been there too, I go there. I would be curious to know, I can see she's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spaces. There's none specifically designated as handicap, which I assume she's gonna wanna have. But right now, some people park, that these are all, perpendicular to Highway 17 and her house. Right now, some people park over on the grassy area, perpendicular, and, my question is this the best configuration, given that all of these spaces would pretty much, have to back out onto 17, and I don't know, like.
They did an AI rendering, I would agree, because if you look at the florist and Alice's,
Yeah.
they all come in and they go to the side, and she possibly has that opportunity to do that, like, Commissioner DeVito.
She's just
Come in
on
and go this way, so they could back up, yes.
And maybe
You
you
guys
could
leave
leave
girls too.
Yeah.
No
grass,
matter what ground.
anyway.
That's something that one's kind of.
So that's I wondered how they did that.
Yeah,
I think that's
that's
AI.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Because you
AI.
see how it stops there on the corner and just doesn't have
Right,
red there where the mulch is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just took a picture and put it in there and said, show me having a parking lot. And there you
that's
go.
better than I can do.
How many of these that you've presented to us have to have a 50% match?
That was, Alice's design and the hair salon,
Mhm.
Sandalwood.
Are they all aware of that?
They are, and they could put in some, but they didn't have the whole 50%.
To me, that,
So I put it in the report, I think,
yeah, to me, that just seems like then that would awful, it would qualify. I mean, as harsh as that sounds, I mean,
As far as direct criteria, no.
right, so we can just take them out of consideration. Is what I would.
So grants over 5,000, so they can get up to 5,000. Grants over 5,000 require a 50% match unless the property is a contributing structure in the National Register or local historic district, a National Register, local historic landmark, or a targeted building.
right.
In which case, if it is, then the match is 0 to 25%. Okay,
So
so
that's Sandalwood and that one, and then the pharmacy too.
Okay, but, Mayor, could I ask a question about that match thing?
Because it's over
Yes.
$5,000.
Okay, so for the city manager, and so I have a question about how the match works. Okay, so for example, Sandalwood, 311 North Summit. She has requested 11,200. That's the total cost of the job. She could have up to 15,000. I took this out of your report for her
Okay,
category.
and the reason
But-
why,
Hang on, let her finish.
okay.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to figure out, so how does the match work? If her total job cost is 11,200, then she needs to put in 6,600. She, in other words, we only paid,
Which address are you looking at?
Sandalwood, 311 North Summit.
I don't know that she's,
And the reason she got extra on there was because I put it as a safety, that's a safety
Right.
issue.
right, but that's in your scoring,
Right.
scoring, that's not in our criteria.
I'm talking about the match. So she's asking for repairing the driveway and adding 3 parking spots for 11,200. So since she's not either targeted or historic, does that mean out of the 11,200, she has to pay out of her pocket 50% of that?
50%,
Okay, and she can pay.
which is,
She can only do that.
so that, to
I
me.
think the most interesting one that I'm looking at, okay, is the Sable Lot. Okay, 915 through 925 North Summit Street. This whole area really has been kind of an eyesore for quite some time. I don't know the people involved, I don't know who owns it,
What's
only that. I
They're
know-
out here, they're the management, asset and property management.
But I think, you know, when I look at that whole area, and I know that we're gonna have a Dunkin' Donuts at the other end of it, which would be nice. I personally just think that this would be a great thing to get this cleaned up and looking sharp as people come in. I don't know what you got planned for moving people in, but I think hopefully if you get it cleaned up, okay, that you would be able to, bring those people in that we need to make this thing kind of usable.
I would like to have them if they could at this time. We've got 2 different applicants, I believe, that they could come up and talk about their properties and kind of lead into what Commissioner Burton's referring to.
But Mayor, could I just say
I mean,
One thing, yes, ma'am.
So, right, so to Commissioner Burton's point, for the North CRA, it looks to me as if there is sufficient money in that North CRA pot to fund the requested projects if we deem that they are worthy. And that was one reason I thought we should talk about the South CRA and the North CRA first at some point, because it looks like what they could be eligible for is well within the fund. So,
Thank you. Okay, with that, Bonnie, do you want to introduce them, please?
Mr. and Mrs.
Come
Frankel,
forward.
The owners of Sandalwood parking lot?
Did you put them together?
And I meant to call it the Save-A-Lot, but actually the plaza that's just one of the anchors there, so I don't know if we're referring even to it as the correct name. I don't know. Whatever name you have, we want to make sure that we have it properly identified.
What is it called? What is it actually called?
I know that's what I'm,
No, it's
Save a lot.
Oh,
Save-A-Lot Plaza, okay. Just want to make sure, we don't want to.
And then that is phase 2 to phase 3.
Okay.
Yeah, we go, Save-A-Lot Center. Currently, we're looking to, repaint, re-facade, and take out the rock knee wall, and then put, something covering that. We think it's an eyesore, as you guys do too. So I just passed around these 2 sets of renderings. One shows the current as is today. One is what we applied for, and then the second piece is what we applied for, and then phase 2 below that. So our end goal is to do even more than what we're applying for today, which would be some sort of new metal sheet roofing and also the asphalt. And as we do these upgrades to the center, we feel like it'll be easier for us to lease the current vacancy. As of right now, we replaced the laundromat, which we're putting the HVACs in tomorrow, and then they'll have keys to that space. We just inked the lease in between the nutrition shop and the laundromat, and they will be taking occupancy very shortly. That HVAC's coming in 2 weeks. So the only real vacancy left will be the old furniture store and the Save-A-Lots next to Save-A-Lot. We're deep in negotiations with Save-A-Lot right now to extend their space to 25,000 total square foot. So if you notice, the renderings are pretty much Save-A-Lot's color pattern. So we're trying to influence them. And as you said, Dunkin' Donuts just bought the space next to us, I believe, an old Asian restaurant.
They did.
Yes.
We're well aware.
Okay.
Yes.
We have a history of that.
So they were in negotiations with us previously to do an out parcel. So we do think once we continue to put money into the center, continue to lease it up, out parcels will be available for future tenants that will have brand new builds, will only, enhance the area that much more. So really what we have to do is upgrade what we currently have to then fill in the spots next. We have the grass field next to it, we have the large parking next to Family Dollar, and then we have 3 potential out parcels in front on the roadside. So that's like the ultimate goal. But today, the goal is to, repaint facade and just kind of beautify the current property as is.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Frank, thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
We've had several conversations, several emails, and we're here now.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here. I just wanted to let the commission know, if you could, let them know. I know you have had several additions, or I say additions, but renovation and different projects going on over there currently today. Could you fill them in on what you guys have done currently, the investments that you have made or are planning on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've actually only worked at the company that owns this project for 7 months, and I'm basically in charge of the asset management and to basically I run the project and I report directly to the ownership. Since I got there, I've got a new roof installed for a little over $200,000. We have replaced 3 tenants worth of HVACs at $20,000 per. And when we get the new vape store in, there'll be another $20,000. And then we did interior work, or in the process of doing interior work on all 3 spaces. And then we're currently in deep negotiations with their old spanky space. And that will be another pizza parlor. And again, we would have to replace that HVAC and do tenant improvement work in the interior. So we really are looking to change the vibe of that center, one tenant at a time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. My word on the street is there's a really good reputable pizza company that wants to come in there.
That is the word, I can't tell you who it is.
Yeah.
The
we don't
word,
need
I'm just
to-
saying the
we
word,
need to-
I'm just saying the
no,
word.
that's-
Yeah, nothing else.
That's proprietary,
Nothing
so
else.
we don't want to get into that.
So
Nothing else.
Derek's homemade pizza. Mayor, I have a serious question. So, and thank you so much. I just want to make sure I'm getting these details right because I don't always hear over the microphone that well. Sorry about that. So you're saying you are the manager for this property. It's owned by a large company. Did I hear that correctly?
It's not a large company, it's owned by a single owner.
Okay, and
You're
you're,
an entity, but I work for a company that he owns,
got it.
which is separate from the ownership.
Okay,
He just knows I'm an asset manager on some other assets, so he pulled me over to a personally owned property to help him redevelopment.
He bought this, 4 years ago? 4 years ago? I think about 4 years ago, they bought the site, he bought it.
right. Well, it's looking very nice. Thank you for everything you've done. And then just want to ask a couple of questions about the current and proposed tenant. So the laundromat that's shown, that is still there?
No,
The laundromat that was there has been re-tenanted to a new laundromat.
Okay, so there's been a change of ownership in the laundromat, but there will still be a laundromat.
It's not a change of ownership, it's a change of tenant.
She
A change of
vacated,
tenant.
she vacated the.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's there's a new tenant. And then, did I hear you say the words vape shop?
Vape
Vape shop, okay.
Vape tobacco store.
I didn't think I heard that correctly.
And that will be in between the nutrition shop and the laundry.
Okay,
I like
thank
that, in between the health food and the
Yeah, they're gonna put a vape shop, they're really putting a vape shop.
Okay,
We
and,
were under, yeah.
okay, and I came, these, handouts came to me, do they go back to the city manager?
I can kind of break them up.
Okay,
Can we do that?
I know.
okay,
I
very
do,
nice.
I do like the fact that
We do have to fulfill it, with things, I guess.
I would like to,
But I think this is a real important piece to,
Yeah.
to the city.
Yeah, well, it's our major, yes, Commissioner, sorry.
I just wanted to commend the fact that I like the paint scheme, the color scheme, because when you look at it right now from the road, it looks very washed out. It's
Yeah.
almost like it's a mirage or something.
Beige.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very washed out beige, and I like it's not too brash, and we like that. But I commend you for actually finally fixing those rocks on those columns. That's been quite a while. They're sharp too, if you're not careful.
I do have a question, when you're talking about your out parcels and in talking to Save a Lot at one point in time, and I think some of your others, when you use those front out parcels in the front, there was, I think, some concern, and I don't know, where are you looking for those out parcels to go, that you would be blocking for people to be able to see the visual of what's back there in the plaza. So where were they looking for those? Where are those?
Well, to date, we don't have anything like specified,
Okay,
but there's just areas and we're over parked, so they're available,
okay,
I would say.
okay,
And with Dunkin' Donuts specifically, it would have been more in front of the Family Dollar.
okay,
So Save a Lot still you would have been able to see their logo or whatnot. So it would have been on the right side. And it's just options, it's opportunity,
okay, it's
right?
options.
It's opportunity.
And I will remind us that in our master plan, even when we were looking at that as a planning exercise, we were recommending, out parcels towards the front, because obviously anybody can look at that and say you have enough parking spaces, way more than you need. And I do notice too, one of the plans is re-asphalting that parking lot,
Absolutely.
because that has been an issue. As small as my vans and my.
It is the issue, the way that ownership and me were looking at it is when you're driving down the road, you don't quite see the asphalt, but you
Yes.
definitely see the faded facade.
Yes.
You see the busted up tile on the roof.
Yeah.
So to get you in the parking lot, I have to change that.
Right.
If I did the parking lot, you don't see that when you're driving by, it's still a kind of rundown center.
Yeah.
So I want to catch your eyes, I want you to drive in, and if you happen to hit a pothole, I plan on fixing that.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Sure, and that makes perfect sense to me. So, one thing that occurs to me to your excellent point about the blocking bit is, I think, when you're in DeLand or whatever, and there's a plaza with front buildings and back buildings, don't they usually eventually put up a big sign so that it would say,
I think we would like to at some point.
the names of the store? I mean, now you can see everyone, but if you're gonna be blocking them,
Yeah,
would an option be to put up a nice sign letting everybody know?
so our current signage is pretty big, so it really depends on what kind of out parcel we're talking about. Like, at some point, we were talking about a small coffee spot. And there would be very minimal where like it wouldn't really block anything. You're talking about 1,000 square foot building, right? Now, if you're talking about a larger Dunkin' Donuts, like they took over the Asian spot, that'd be a little larger. You might have to readjust your pylons a little to the right, a little to the left, so you have better view.
Or even a small building that has 4,000 square foot, storefronts in it, could be up there and you're still not blocking anything.
100%.
Yeah, this is
You
far in
know,
the future, it doesn't really matter right now.
right now though, with the county, if you were to do a drive-through,
Drive-throughs are expensive.
it's very expensive, it's
Impact
very,
fees.
with our impact fees now. No, it's 40, I think
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
it's like,
Yes.
it's not 75, but it's like 45 or something like that
Change it down.
per 1,000 square feet.
Yeah.
So it's a huge impact fee that has to be paid by somebody. It's it's not one of those that can be forgivable. It would either be they pay it, county pays it, or we pay it.
So I mean, we still are moving forward to get our own impact fees, and we don't, isn't that
That's something
still
that-
in our plan?
We're gonna talk about it. It's about, the last quote that I saw that we had was $75,000 or $80,000. Also trying to work with Florida State University to see if they can get the capacity to do it
Okay,
for us.
we just wanna make sure that we're planning.
Really helps.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just, looking at these sheets, and I know this is a workshop, but it seems to me, it looks like the maximum award for this particular request for the Save-A-Lot Plaza is, am I reading this correctly, at $60,000?
No,
No,
that's exterior enhancements, but you see, that's grant category max. The max for the targeted building in this one, because of the multiple addresses, is 160,000.
Okay,
We currently have 165 in the budget.
right, okay, so, all right, so I guess, to me, so if we get, I wasn't sure if I was reading that right, so.
They're looking at each one as a separate parcel.
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
And also, while we're talking about budget on the north end, we have untapped housing rehabilitation grant of $50,000. There's some other miscellaneous expenses as well that we haven't tapped into, training and education, professional services, and improvement projects. Improvement projects is 18,000. The other are almost 8,000. We have, I believe, one more in the pharmacy that's on the pharmacy that's in the north that has a shortfall on the project. I think we can pull all of it without. We've talked about the ARPA funds without getting ARPA. My
Right.
personal professional opinion would be that the ARPA would be spent in the central, which is where we have the biggest issues.
yes,
We have plenty of money to do all the projects in the north.
okay, but, so I guess my proposal, even though this is a workshop, I would say that it's kind of, a slam dunk that we would be able to fully fund the Save-A-Lot Plaza for the $160,000 if we wish to pull that much money out of the existing North CRA fund, because I think we're using money that's built up from prior years.
I was just gonna
Is that
say
not
that once
correct?
that's gone,
Right,
it's gone, because it's been built up over numerous years.
Okay,
But the North Star is gonna keep growing though.
Yes,
That's what Donald's is.
that's a good
That
point.
was a big-
Right. And then,
And these,
Duncan.
wait, one
improvements-
person at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lori.
because I wasn't done.
she wasn't done.
I wasn't done. So my question about community pharmacy is, their request, they're the other applicant for the North CRA, which is why I'm with them. They asked for $12,414.95 to replace a sign. They're saying they can't meet the match. So they would be required to put in the $6,000 for the match. So I wasn't sure what the city manager was saying. Are you proposing that we waive the match for them?
I'm proposing, waive the match, but I'm proposing that, if you want to use ARPA funds for that,
Well, personally, I would rather not.
right?
What I'm finding that's kind of, right now, we're just talking CRA funds. And
Right.
when you start talking ARPA and we got this extra money over here, and we got another piggy bank over there and one over there, you need to bring that all together and see what it is that we can spend out of all these piggy banks that you've got all over the place.
Sure.
And where you would like to put that money.
Well, that's what we're doing now, so that ARPA money has to be somehow or another, it has to be dropped into this CRA economic.
However you want to do it,
development, yeah.
but it needs to be, it's not dropped in right now.
No, but
You
we need
understand what I'm
to,
saying?
and we need to, and we have to spend it, it has to be spent.
I understand that, but they need to bring that back to us. If we make a decision on something with what's being presented right now, okay, they can bring that other money back and combine it, however you want to do it, I don't really care.
I think that's part of,
That's part of it right
that's
now.
part of the process we're doing right now is,
You're confusing it all.
Okay, I
No,
apologize. When we come back,
Those dollar amounts are not in front of me, I don't know how much money you're spending.
$70,000. We have a pool out here of $70,000 for economic development.
I don't want it.
How do you want it,
Yeah.
how the Commissioner Burton, how do you want it in front of you?
I did a grid.
There isn't.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah,
I think you
thank
can
you.
probably,
Yes.
yeah.
But thank
Let me
you guys
ask,
very
let
much.
me just ask you one other
These
question.
are the numbers.
I know the parking lot, I get a lot of complaints about the potholes. And I know that resurfacing that parking lot is very costly, to
Very,
do it correctly.
over 200,000.
Yes, to do it correctly. Is it possible, do you have it in the works to at least fill the potholes? Because obviously, I'll tell you something else. To paint the lines, to repaint those lines is also, makes a big difference.
Right, and it just looks fresher.
It looks fresher but I don't know. I just get a lot of complaints about
Oh, I
that.
get it, and I believe they have repainted the lines,
This-
called striping.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how long ago, and based off me looking at it, it didn't hold well.
Yeah. Depends on the.
2 years ago, we restriped it, so it basically fades in that quick a time. So the real bang for our buck would be to asphalt it and then stripe it. So yeah, it is in the plans, 100%, and if this is something, if potholes are a big deal to the board or commission, then we can definitely go back and talk to ownership and say, hey, we were approved, but this was a big bugaboo, can we get this worked on instead of the next project, or kind of fast forward a little bit?
I just know that that's been, if we're gonna put,
Honestly, yeah, I don't go into that parking lot because I have a wheelchair van, it's very low, and I bottom out on things and speed bumps too. So I just avoid that parking lot completely.
I was just asking the question because I get that complaint.
And it's just, I just stay away from it.
I think we got quotes, because we worked with you to get quotes at the very beginning on the parking lot, and I want to say it was like $90,000 for the,
It was a couple $100,000.
right, but 90 was just for the potholes.
Yeah.
And seal coating, the whole parking lot was like 200+ thousand to redo the whole thing, so it's pretty.
And also, if you do 90, I mean, you're not fixing all of it, you're just filling it.
You're delaying.
Stop capping.
You're delaying.
You're just,
You're basically gonna pay double overtime.
Yeah.
I totally agree. But like I said, like, the way that this current property looks, and we have our kind of pecking order of what I think will bring a customer versus like satisfy a customer, there are two different things. And I gotta get them there first.
Yeah.
And that's what we feel like this plan will do.
Right.
But like I showed you guys on the renderings, it's clearly on our mind and clearly ownership knows about it. It's just one of those things, we all have so much money and we just spent a pretty good amount and just tenant a vacant space costs a lot of money.
yeah, you get the tenants happy and get them in there, and then you got.
What I'm saying, and even our plan, that shows us spending 60,000 of our own capital.
Yeah.
And plus any sort of cost overruns, right, which we all know will happen.
Thank
We are glad that you're willing to make that investment for us
Yes,
today.
thank you.
And thank you guys for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Very much. And we're greatly appreciative that Save a Lot is really stepping up to become the city's
Trying to fill in the whole.
full service.
Yes.
They're really trying to step up and serve the community. I was gonna ask, I don't know what I was gonna ask. Anyway, oh, I know, we had some money expended, we had some additional monies expended to, lot site. Did we, have those all been paid out and taken out of this?
Yes.
So everything's been paid out and completely,
Yes, what you have in front of you,
that's the current?
that is the current year to
Okay,
date.
I just
as
wanna
of
make
6.
sure that we're dealing, that
Yes.
that's all been paid out, for
Yes, the
sure.
numbers I gave you are up to 6/3, so they're up to this last week.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
This, community pharmacy, $12,000 for a sign.
Yes,
Which sign is it that they're replacing, the one that's?
it's the
The
community
faded one
pharmacy
that
and then
you
the
can really
RX on the side. And I called the sign company and I thought that dropped a lot too. And
Yeah, I mean, that's.
they said it was because of the amount of letters that's in the,
And it is lit,
Can they
it's
just change the
LED
name
lit
to
sign, correct?
Common
I don't
Pharmacy?
think so, no, it's not.
I
Because
would
there was
check
two
with
different
that.
quotes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would check on that. 'Cause
What
usually
was the difference in the prices?
Can you do both, yeah.
You said you got just 2 quotes for that one?
Yeah,
I mean, I agree that sign is awful, you can barely read it. And I do know that the owner of the property is not the woman that runs the pharmacy there that we met.
Yeah, there's two different ones.
Right.
There's a doctor on one
Dr.
side, and
Yes.
he owns the building.
He owns the building and she owns the, rents from him.
Yeah.
Which I know is part of the difficulty, why we couldn't do more than just paint it before, I believe. But I think it would help a lot to have a much, you can't even see it in this picture of what the site would be.
It was $12,414.95 for flat aluminum letters, or $17,097 for LED.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think we can shop that.
Okay.
I think we can shop that.
Is that on top or on the,
Yes,
on this, on the road? Because they have a sign out here too.
Yeah, it's the
That's
one,
not much better.
it's the one on, right, it's the one on the building.
One of the building lights up.
The one that's out by the road needs to be replaced as well. It's not that great.
She was having a hard time getting quotes for signs, and the other company that was gonna come out was gonna charge $450 just to give her a quote.
Okay, have we talked to anybody local? Have we gone, that seems
No, but I
excessive
will before we.
for that small of a,
That's not,
that's not,
We paid how much for our own completely lighted electronic
13.5
sign?
or something.
Yeah,
But-
13,000.
I mean, the base costs something, we had our own base.
Right.
But still, it does
Still, that was concrete,
No.
but still, this is
And that's
just
an
being
LED
attached
changing sign,
to,
yeah.
yeah,
I had
it's just
that.
attaching to the
I had
building.
an LED lit sign for my company. The restaurant was $7,500. The tobacco store was $3,500. And
Yeah,
they're
this is-
they're beautiful and big and bright. I'll call, we have some other companies, we can shop that a little bit. I think it's important though that we do, move forward in the process and focus on it because as Commissioner Lawyer was saying, it's super hard to see. It's our pharmacy down
Use the
here.
pharmacy, yeah,
And I think it'll be really good for the community. So we'll continue to
okay.
And plus, we invested money in that building by repainting it.
we painted it
And and that helped, but without the sign like that, it just still looks dreary.
It does.
Dry.
It does.
I think that would crisp it up. I hate to say, we need
Okay,
to keep
so
investing.
let's move on down to the south end.
And
If we can.
Marisol's here, she's been waiting for a while. Did you wanna say something, Marisol? She's, she
She's
used
the
to own the
laundromat, owns the laundromat that was in the plaza. Hello, thank you for being here.
How are you?
Yes, my name is Marisol, and I was the tenant of the Civil Plaza. And I planning to buy the all furniture store over there, and I need some money for the plumbing and electrical and gas and the AC. I already have the loan, so the lady is gonna talk to Mr. Picard tomorrow, and I think we're gonna do a deal with him. And as soon as I get the money, we're gonna start doing what is required. So that's what I got.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Yes, absolutely. Marisol, I'm sorry.
I just, looking for these pictures, it looks to me like this is like 1940s electricity that's in there, right? It just has to be a whole
Yeah, they're
remark.
gonna,
Yeah.
We've got quotes.
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm so sorry, hon, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Don't say her whole name, maybe.
yeah, they're gonna do it new, because they have to do it of dryer, the dryers, they need certain.
Electrical, yeah.
Yeah,
Are you doing,
and for
are
the
you,
plumbing and all that.
are you doing natural gas dryers? And what we like to do that, since we own the natural gas utility, we like that. So that's a bonus, that's a check for you. No, I think it's very exciting that we have those two empty storefronts that have been sitting there for quite a while. And every time I drive through town and see them, it makes me, my heart drop inside a little bit. And to see people working on both of them and having plans, I'm very happy to see that, so.
Yeah.
We are very, I'm happy personally.
Yeah,
So thank
plus, Palmeras, they attract a lot of people, and they're gonna have the other store, they're gonna have.
Yeah, it's gonna be
gym.
half of a gym and half of a
Retail.
retail.
Yeah, while they do the exercise and the washing clothes and something like that.
Now, one thing that we had talked about was parking, and the parking there's, very kind of difficult backing out on 17. Are you planning on having an entrance from the back?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
because I would definitely encourage it, I know backing out there is kind of scary.
yeah, that's why, we were gonna buy the music store, but, because it doesn't have any parking,
Right.
we said, well, we need parking, so we chose the music store. It has some, parking,
And you can go through the back.
yeah, and a lot of people, they're gonna park, some of them, the people that come to work, like, from Mexico, they come over here, they park over here, and they go walking
Oh, yeah.
to Palmeras.
Right.
But we're so near, that they can do whatever they want, they can go walking to the laundromat or use our parking lot that is gonna be on the back.
Oh, good. I'm just glad you're considering that because
Yes,
I think that'd definitely be easier for your customers. So
yeah,
I'm very happy to see that. Thank you.
Lighting, too. We talked to her about lighting in the back.
yes.
I do not,
They
but
got some planning.
Yeah, do have that.
So the electrician is gonna do all of
He's
that.
gonna do all that, okay, and that's included in all of this, okay, I just wanna ask about that, okay.
Well, thank you. very
Thank you
much,
so
Marissa.
much.
thank you
Hope
very
to
much.
see you.
Gracias.
Okay, so then we wanna go back to the south, and then we really probably need to go on the road, if we're gonna go on the road, and start looking at these properties and get do you have a route for us that you?
We did get around. I gave it to you. Did you read it?
Oh, I didn't bring it, I used it for the ride solution, that's,
Oh, okay. Do you still have it?
I didn't print it. You want me to?
Oh,
print
you
it?
didn't print it? Oh.
If you could print out,
I must have
Uh,
copied it to you.
So let's go down to the south end, so on the south end, we have the Express,
Summit Express.
Summit Express, and they're wanting to redo that sign out front.
They want
The
to
main sign, yes.
they want to reuse the
Yeah,
frame that's
change
there.
that, Right, that's what I understood, and that's what you sign up there.
That is correct. Correct. They don't want to replace the whole thing, they want to use the sign that's
They're
there.
gonna paint it though, and
So no,
that-
just
say it again?
The one down south, they want to utilize the same.
Summit Express.
Oh,
Express.
yes, they're still gonna use that same
The same frame.
frame, yeah, and then just put it in the
And
sign.
repaint it and make it look better.
Yes.
Lopsided did a very good job.
they really did,
That was
using the
great. I was,
historic
yeah, I
one.
was worried that, whether it was gonna turn out okay, but it seems to.
Lockside still has to add some lighting to it there, but of course
Yeah.
they've got to regain some funds, but they have plans to really make it nice and pretty. You can see it.
Already it's improved, though.
Okay, so with this one, the most that they could get would be the 7,500. This is not, is this a targeted? This is
Yeah,
not.
it's targeted.
It's targeted, okay.
But it says historic,
Which one?
wait, which
What's
one, which one are we talking about?
We're talking about Summit
1/3,
Express.
or, yeah, the, whatever,
That's
the
targeted.
five,
It's targeted,
And
yeah.
historic.
Wait,
How's it historic?
which one are we talking
It's
about?
historic.
The
down at the south end.
Okay.
Did I have
So,
it?
how in the world is that historic?
Yeah, everybody was talking at one time.
Bonnie, how did you come to tell me that this being historic?
Did I have it listed as historic?
Yeah.
It's in the
It was
score.
on the historical list, I have a list of all the historic buildings.
Well, wait a minute, that's,
it?
no,
It's not within the historical district, is it?
okay, this is the distinction I see.
Right.
Mr. Weaver's recent survey lists all the buildings that are over 50 years old. It doesn't mean that they are part of a historic district, that they have any particular significance. That, the jury, I think, is kind of out on that.
Right, it
Let
can
me
be considered in
find
the
my-
update that we're having done next year. But
What's the actual address? Because I don't believe it's a targeted building either.
551,
551, maybe I looked.
that's right there.
Derek has it as a targeted building.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Right,
Okay,
but
so-
it's not a
It's
local,
not
it doesn't,
historic, just, yes.
right, it doesn't fit within any of our current categories. And I don't
It
think
is
it's
not in
gonna
a,
make the
it's in a
cut.
national.
But it's a targeted, regardless of whether it's
Right.
historic, it does meet the targeted, which
Right.
is really more.
Right, it's the only building in the district, I don't know why
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's funded, I mean, that's the same as.
Oh, because it makes a difference to have to match. If it's,
Yeah, because it has to meet
Right.
the criteria
But it's-
regardless.
but it's
Yes.
targeted.
It's targeted, so that it meets.
That helps it with the match, right?
551 Summit Street, it's
Yes.
on this list.
Okay, one list.
Well, it's okay, it's just the wrong address on the,
No,
On the
she's talking about the list that she has.
My historic
Right.
list, yeah.
Okay,
But that just means it's over 50 years
Yeah,
old.
there's-
It doesn't mean it's part of a historic district or it has any historic significance at all, as far as I understand Mr. Weaver's list.
This is the list that I was using to determine whether or not it was historic or not.
and I'm
Yeah.
just,
And that's fine.
Not the right list.
I just wanna explain that's not,
It's not the right list.
We're not so good at keeping this sometimes.
but Bonnie, there's our National Register of Historic District, the Crescent City Historic District, which our home is a part of. And then there was the survey that Paul Weaver did last year that took into account everything that was built from 1975.
Right, so
And-
this
and
one was
earlier.
1975.
Right,
Yeah.
so that, even though that was included in the survey, and it could be included in our new National Register District in the future, it currently is not. It was just part of the survey, and it met their criterion for the survey that Paul Weaver did. So,
It's just a preliminary listing of all buildings that are over a certain age. It
Right.
doesn't mean that any of them necessarily are gonna be part of a historic district or be deemed to have any kind of significance. It's
We
a-
can
part
go
of the process and going, yeah.
Right,
So,
it's a process, yeah, okay.
so we know that that's the only thing in the south. Unfortunately, we have some other businesses there that at some point in time, they opted out of being in the CRA. That could really use some assistance, I'm sure, but unfortunately, it's not eligible to them.
Right.
If we go into the central, so we've got the south, and we've done the north, if we go into the central, I do want to ask a question, because like the Millard building, we paid to have windows put on that, but it still looks to me like it's not completed.
just have to do that.
He's still in the progress of working on
Yeah,
that.
do that. Wrap, or
Yeah.
Okay,
the sheathing on the outside.
okay, but the windows are completed on that, so everything's completed that we were obligated to,
I'm not sure what we were obligated to do on there. Do you know what we did in the White House?
The
Should be a
windows,
record.
On
Should be the
the,
windows.
we did the windows. It was $17,000 in windows last year.
is that completed?
That's been completed.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what we wanted.
That's been completed. Now, right now, what he's doing is he has insulation on the second floor that he's completing and wrapping the house for weather. And then he's going to shut that in with siding and paint.
Thank you.
And paint. But until he does that, he can't get his insurance on it until he finishes the wrap on the house, because he started that work and he doesn't have any clean CO.
Well, you gotta finish it now, too.
Oh, he's doing it. He's working on it pretty diligently.
Okay.
I just passed it yesterday, they had guys out there working on it. Yeah.
No, sorry.
I mean, it's been like that forever.
Yeah, okay, I'm good. I
Okay,
gotcha.
do we have, is there any other discussion on these properties that anybody has until we go out?
Well, I would just like to say that I think Sandalwood and Alice Design Studio, as much as we want to go look at them, they don't qualify. I mean, they don't have
The
a match.
insurance or the match?
They don't have a match.
Okay.
They don't have the match that's required. They're not targeted for historic buildings. Plus I have serious considerations about the driveway issue at Sandalwood about.
With the impervious surface area?
Right, but I mean, she said that she's willing to pay 10%, you need to pay 50%, and that's just how the program works. So I mean, I think that would make it easier if we just X those out. I'm sorry.
Well, I think it deserves us at least going and looking at them from a visual and fairness to them, that they did put the application. I believe they both have done this. They've done it before, and I know they withdrew it. I think they both put in an application before and they withdrew them. So I think just in fairness, we do need to look at it possibly in this amount of time. Have you conveyed to these owners that they really are not eligible until they can agree to us that they can meet that match?
They understand what the criteria is.
Yeah,
And I
they're trying,
told them that I would
when they're trying
present
to
them
study
anyway.
the match, kind of give, this is what
They
I
can
can
give
do.
something.
Right.
And as far as Sandalwood goes, it is a safety issue. backing out of that driveway. I just felt like that was kind of a safety issue. And she is gonna hire another stylist, so that's job creation right there. And she did say that, last time when she had applied, I guess something happened and nobody ever got to her application last year. And then she has put in money into her salon since then, and now she just doesn't have the money to put into it anymore, so.
Unfortunately, we have a very limited amount of funds that we have here.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the requirements and people either meet them or don't. I mean, I would love to give it to everybody, but I think it makes it a little easier if we just take those two out of contention, unfortunately. I mean, we can go look at them.
And that's in your one vote.
That's my view, yes.
That's his view, he's one vote, so.
And I'm gonna come back to the commission because when we come to the time that we're gonna vote, a regular meeting or our special meeting, we have more funds, again, in the CRA that aren't being utilized. I need to get with Bonnie, look at the future, what the plans are. I'm coming to the commission and asking later for some of those funds for new signs, which are on this agenda for Thursday. Outside of that, there are no other plans other than some discussions we've already started having with the partnership on some wayfinding and some other concrete slabs with art. We need to get some pricing for that, but we still have the significant amount of money that we can contribute. We're not just stuck at the $16,000 or the $22,000 that we have.
Well, we
In
didn't
the
employ a CRA manager for most of the year.
I'm sorry?
We didn't employ a CRA manager for most of the year.
Correct, there
So
is money in the central that we can consolidate. I think we're looking at more like probably close to $40,000,
So when
$45,000.
you do the budget adjustment, you'll have
Yes,
that in there, and so at that time, that's when we would actually make our final.
Yes, ma'am,
That's when we need to make our
100%.
final.
yes, ma'am.
Bonnie, one more question, Palmera's, and we've talked to them through the years about redoing their sign. Did you talk to Palmera's at all about their signage, or did you get any feedback from Palmera's?
I did not, I've talked to him about other things, but we did not talk about any CRA application. No, I did not.
Was he aware of it? I mean, I'm just asking.
He was aware. I had a conversation with him about utilization of CRA funds for the signage. It's not this cycle, most likely it's next cycle. He has, instead of painting on the windows, we had talked about what I plan on doing here at City Hall, which is the tinting that you can see out, but people can't see in. They see your advertisement. It's a really inexpensive way to advertise your business and cut down on your utility, your cooling. So he was all about it, but he didn't make this cycle. He
I'm
said
not
he's-
talking about that, I'm talking about the main sign that sticks up in the air that's broken. And
Oh, yeah,
it's a
it's shattered,
representation, shattered representation
Okay.
of our downtown. And so I just was wondering if you had talked to him about that. And also on High Rollers, they were in need, there's that light post. If you see that light post there in the corner, they could not, when they painted the building, and I don't know if you spoke to the owner, did you talk to Kathleen, Katie?
Yeah, she's got her application in, that's one of the.
Right, was that wasn't included though,
That's
for them
not,
to
that's
paint
just
that?
the garage doors and the
Okay,
driveway.
because that one post kind of stands out when you look at it. I'm looking at some things also from an aesthetic that post stands out, and they couldn't paint it because it narrows as it goes up, and it was dangerous with for a ladder, and so they were needing something in order to get, Mike was the one who painted the building, and he was not willing to do that without some sort of a lift.
You would need a bucket truck
Yeah,
like what we
you'd
have
need
with the
something.
sprayer.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can talk to them. I mean, they did put in their application. I can still talk to Ms. Katie and see if that's something that she would be interested in getting quotes before we finalize. They could be added.
Just as a logistical question here, how are we doing this?
Everybody's getting in their own. I've got my golf cart. I don't know, Commissioner Burton, did you bring your golf cart? Okay, Commissioner DeVito, you brought your golf cart?
Yes, but how are we, I know, we can go around the back to go to the express place. I might go home and get my car.
Commissioner Lloyd driving.
Because we have to
Yeah,
go
as
all the
soon as I
way
get my
down
van,
south,
I
and then
can-
we're going up to Save-A-Lot, right?
Yes.
Yes.
From one to the other.
And then we're trying to come down, we'll be coming down the summit.
Okay,
So I may go home and get my car,
okay,
because that's a lot of crisscrossing, and I only cross at the light.
okay.
Oh, that's good, because that's the law.
Right.
That's how you should do
I
it.
think our golf cart, Keith did order the batteries like I thought he told me he did.
So,
But you're driving, are you
I'm
driving
driving Commissioner Lori.
Commissioner Lori?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I can
so we're going first to the south, then to the north?
You have this is the.
Oh, so this is
here.
here.
So we're gonna start going south to north,
I
so.
can't.
Yeah.
Hey, can we
I can
get
fit
there?
more people on there.
Okay, I
Bonnie,
don't
are you going
understand
to
this.
ride, Bonnie, how are you gonna ride? Are you gonna ride with, Commissioner Lori
You
or?
wanna ride with Commissioner Lori, you can ride with Commissioner Lori.
All I know is you will run.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
when we get to each stop, you just gotta,
You
know
got it.
what our next stop is,
It's a
just
cool
so
walk.
some of us don't get lost, like me.
Yeah, because it's another, houses
This commissioner veto, you're gonna get lost in downtown Crescent
Well, as
City.
far as which place we go to, I can't, if I lose sight of you at the horizon.
We can.
Stole it.
Okay, I'm gonna, at this time, I'm going to, send us all on our way. Is everyone ready? I'm gonna take a restroom break before we get started. And then we'll all meet at, the first one is gonna be at 2 South Summit,
To South Summit.
which is right here, which is right here. We honestly can just
We can
walk.
walk right there.
We can walk over here and look at,
Just take a look.
Just
I can tell you already where I'm at with that.
and look at that. And so I need to go, I need to take just a 5-minute break.
I got it, okay.
And also, one more thing, wait a second before we go, you had some housekeeping regarding Fridays.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so Friday, we discussed this, we're gonna, on Thursday at our meeting, we're gonna cover a couple things for the gas department that we were gonna cover in that. We're not ready for the budget adjustment, we're gonna bring that over later on. What I'd like to do is take the meeting that we had scheduled, and look at your calendars and just reset the schedule.
Okay, so on Thursday, so when we come together on Thursday
Okay.
evening,
Move our Friday.
We'll move our
we
Friday
can
meeting.
do that. And
Yes,
y'all are gonna go, and there's also the, Northeast Florida Regional Council, they're doing a planning workshop.
It's in conflict, and we've put a request on the main schedule, or on the main meeting to reschedule that as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are y'all doing that on
Commissioner Lori,
Friday?
you're on that planning and zoning board, right?
No,
No, you're not, okay.
no,
Doing which on Friday, Bill?
no, you can only serve on one, you can't serve.
Yeah,
Okay,
cancer.
I couldn't remember.
So are y'all doing
I don't
that
know.
on Friday? Are you going to that planning workshop?
Yes, we are going to the
In
planning
Keystone?
workshop, yes.
Okay.
Keith had something come up, and I'm trying to get another staff member to go, because we
Okay.
had paid for Keith, he was gonna go, but
What about board? Do we have any of our planning and
I
zoning
emailed
board?
everybody, but I haven't gotten
Call
any
them.
responses.
yeah, we haven't.
Call
I
them.
don't know that I
You
have.
can't find someone.
We'll get with,
A
can we
lot
get
of
with the clerk and
times,
get
a
rid
lot
of
of
the
times
numbers?
people don't read their emails, so always call.
Yes, and I'll call two of the main people, they can spread out the word, so
Okay.
we'll call them today.
Okay, well, they really shouldn't spread out the word because they're under sunshine,
You're right,
so
we'll do it.
call them,
Okay,
please.
so are we adjourned or recess?
We are headed over to,
Recess and then we're going
we will meet over there in 7 minutes. You can leave your stuff here if you need to.
Okay, and which Friday meeting are we?
This Friday, all of them.
This Friday, we had a workshop.
You are free to do whatever you want to do on Friday.
We are recessing. We're not
No,
coming
we
back here.
we're taking a 5-minute break, and then we're coming, we will meet over at 2,
Remote.
South Summit.
But yeah, we don't, the video, as far as the video goes,
Bring your
it's done.
presentation.
It's done.
Okay, Mayor?
Thank you very much. This workshop is concluded. The time is 4:38. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor.